Today we're creating this animated head portfolio with a light mode and dark mode, 4 corners showcasing your education, your experience, your projects in a neat slideshow, and a contact section where people can reach out to you on email or on LinkedIn. I will show you 2 ways of making your own animated head, no artistic skill needed. One is completely free using Figma and the other one is using Procreate. And by the end of this tutorial, you will have your own head here instead of mine. This portfolio is fully mobile responsive. As we can see, if I decrease the size, it adapts to the screen size. If I open up a section, you see that it's completely tailored to a mobile screen, and it also responds to being dragged and will adapt to the desktop again. For this project, we are using Figma or Procreate to create our animated head. We are deploying and hosting our website for free using Netlify so that we can showcase it to anybody we want. We use GitHub for our version control. We're using GitHub Desktop to smoothen the process of hosting. We are using Visual Studio Code to write our code. We're using Google Fonts to add a custom font. And we're using Favicon.io to add our own favorite icon. As we can see, we have here saying JD for John Doe. This portfolio is aimed for beginners and intermediates as we are only using vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. No frameworks, no React. We will be writing quite a lot of JavaScript to make these animations work, so it is helpful that you know basic JavaScript, but I will take you through in detail every step of the way and explain the code as we are writing it. Let's get started setting up our project. If you don't have a GitHub account already, go to github.com and click on sign up in the upper right corner, and then just follow the easy sign up procedure, email, password, the standard stuff. And then you're gonna go to desktop.github.com and you're gonna download GitHub Desktop for whichever platform you have. Once you have downloaded and installed GitHub Desktop, you're gonna download and install VS Code, which you can get from code.visualstudio.com. So download for Windows or Mac, run it, and then you're gonna open your GitHub Desktop. You're gonna log in with your GitHub account, and then we are going to create our project repository. We're gonna go into the file here, click New Repository. We're gonna call it whatever we want. I'm just gonna call it Animated Head Portfolio. You can leave everything else on standard and you click Create Portfolio, Create Repository. Then we are gonna publish this repository up to our GitHub account. You can choose to keep this code private or public. I'm gonna make it public so that you can also check out the repository in the description. And now that our repository is uploaded and created, we can click this open in Visual Studio Code, and that's gonna open our repository right here in Visual Studio Code. Close this welcome message. You can delete this file here. And the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new folder here called Assets. We're gonna leave that empty for now. We are going to create another folder called CSS and another folder called JS. We are going to create a new file called index.html. This is going to be our main and only HTML file. You're going to hold Shift and exclamation mark. That's usually above the 1, at least on my keyboard. And you see that you have some suggestions here. You're going to click the first one, and that gives you kind of a boilerplate HTML setup. As for extensions I'm using, you are probably going to want to install 3 extensions that I have. Extensions in VS Code, if you're not familiar with them, are basically add-ons, tools that help VS Code behave differently, and usually they make our lives a bit easier by providing extra features. So the one I want you to download is Live Server, or install. This one, Live Server by Ritwik Day. So you just click on this and here it's going to say install. And you just install that, and that's going to enable you, as you see down here in the bottom, to run our website as if it was live on the internet but when we are working on it locally. So it's gonna basically update with the changes we do instantaneously, and we don't really have to kind of work on a live website, which is very, very useful. The next extension we're going to install is this Prettier Code Formatter by prettier.io. And this one formats our code so that when we save it, it's going to have the same formatting, a unanimous formatting everywhere we write it. It's going to make all our code look very holistic, and it's going to keep everything neat and tidy. It is optional, but that's what I'm using if you're wondering why my code keeps on formatting by itself when I save the files. The third and final extension we're going to install is this Path IntelliSense by Christian Kohler. And as you can see here, it is a very useful tool to basically finish file paths in an intelligent way. It figures out where you want to link different paths, and you get suggestions for it. Another nice tool to save some time and write efficient code. So with that installed and out of the way, we can go back to our Explorer here. We are just going to set our HTML up first. So here we can write John Doe portfolio. You obviously can write your own name here. We are going to create some new files and put it in our CSS folder. First one is going to be style CSS. Then we're going to create animation.css and color mode.css. The reason we have several files is because we're splitting them up based on what styling they're doing. So the style one is our general styling. The color mode is going to be the styling that defines the two different color modes we have, light and dark. And animation CSS is of course handling the animations. Then we're going to create our JavaScript files. The first one is going to be handling the animation. Then we're going to create a color mode.js file as well, and a project slideshow.js file as well, which is going to handle the project portfolios we have and the slideshow feature. So we can close all of these extra files now and go back to our index file. Now we're going to link all of these files we created to our index file. So we're going to start with writing script, pressing down and enter. And then in this source attribute, we're going to link to the file of our JavaScript files. So we're going to type / and JS, which is where our JavaScript files are. And we're just going to simply link to every single file. So now we have our first one. And if you hold Shift and Alt while being on any line, and then you press down, you copy the code. Very handy tool. So then we're going to just change this name. If you double click on anywhere, like a file path, then you can change simply the one word, and VS Code knows that these are separated, the / and the dot here. Another handy tool. So color mode, we're going to write here, and because of our IntelliSense, you see that it's already suggesting which file we're thinking about. We can click this. Again, hold down Shift and Alt and down, copy that, and we're going to change this one to project slideshow and save. So now is about the time to check if our code is actually working. By pressing down here, go live, we're going to launch this indexed HTML in our browser. So now our browser has opened our web page. You see that John Doe portfolio is written here, exactly like in our index. Let's see. Make this a bit smaller. So we see that the index is accurately displaying and reloading, as we can see in the top left, every time I save. Just make this a bit smaller so it's easier to see our code, like that. Next thing we're gonna add, we're gonna link to our style sheets by writing link and then automatically getting suggested the style sheet. And here we're gonna write slash, we're gonna go to CSS, and we're gonna just link to all of these. Actually, we're gonna link to style.css first. We're gonna copy it down, Shift Alt down twice. And we're gonna change this one to animation. And the third one to color mode. And save. Obviously we have no styling now, so nothing is happening. Let's check out if it actually works by just testing something here. Let's put body. So the entire HTML body is gonna have a background of red. And save, and we see that indeed the CSS styling is linked to the HTML file. So everything works. Oops, I forgot to add one thing here. We want to write another attribute here, which is called defer, which is why we can put our script in the head here and not, as is common to do, after the body element. That's usually what you do, or a lot of people do, me included. But actually writing defer here saves us the hassle of putting it after the body, which is a bit of a hacky way to link a script file to an HTML file. The reason we usually do that, write the JavaScript files after the body, is because we want the whole HTML to load first. Because if we don't, then usually in the JavaScript files we're referencing HTML elements that don't exist yet per definition. Because if we don't have this defer, then this code is going to run before the rest of the HTML code. And then we're going to get a bunch of errors and nothing is going to work. But by writing defer here, what we are telling the browser is that we want all the HTML to be loaded first, and then the script is going to run. So it's going to read this, it's going to come to the defer, it's going to understand that, oh, okay, this script, we're going to run that after we run this part. That is the modern way to link to a JavaScript file. Let's go back into our styles sheet and just delete this intense background. We don't need it anymore. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add our assets. So I've already pre-made all the icons and all the images you're going to be needing for this tutorial. So if you go down in the description, you're going to find this finished code for our project. You're going to go up to code here. You're going to download the zip. In our downloads, you're going to extract this whole file. You're going to open it up, go into the folder, and you are going to go into the asset folder. And then you're going to just drag all of these folders over the asset folder in your VS Code. Drop it there. If it asks you to copy it, then say yes. And now you see that you're going to have all the icons available to you, as well as the animations, which are saved as PNG, which we're going to be using until that you make your own one. So we can close all of these. We are going to add one file here already from our assets folder, and that is this Favicon. I'm going to show you in a moment how to create your own one, but let's link it up first. So the way we do that is we write link, and instead of style sheet here, we are going to write icon. And then we're going to write type, hit enter, and then image /x icon. And then for the href, we're going to write /assets icons and favicon.ico. And save, and let's check out our website again. So back in our website, we see that the favicon has loaded correctly. I'm going to show you how to create your own by going to favicon.io. It is quite easy, no sign up needed, which is nice. You click on the hamburger menu here, or the menu. You go to generator. You then type in, you can choose what you want to, you can have an image, you can have text. But for simplicity here, we're just going with some text. So I wrote JD. Let me just make this window a bit bigger. So then we can see here in the preview how it looks. Let's say we want it to be a circle. We want it to be Poppins, which is the font we're going to be using on our website. We want it to be, let's say 50, yeah, or 60. Bit bigger, like that. Let's say you want to have it bold and italic. So you see you can choose and customize this as you want. And once you are happy with your favicon, you simply just download it. You extract your zip folder. And the only file you need is this favicon.io. Then the only thing you need to do is to replace this file with your own. I'm not going to do it because this new favicon I made is very ugly, but you get the point. Just drag and drop it here. It's going to ask you if you want to replace it, and just click yes. And now you have your own favicon. So I'm going to close that website now, get back to our website. Now we have all the assets we need. We have our CSS file set up. We have our JavaScript set up. Now let's write the start of our web page. So I have opened up the finished portfolio here, so we can see for a reference. To explain a bit what we're going to be doing, we're first going to create the middle section here with our animated head, which has this nice hover effect with the little text here. Then we are going to focus on creating this toggle button that controls the light mode, dark mode. And then we're going to move on to the four corners, which is our navigation and the content of our page. And we're going to basically create the functionality step by step for each section. Moving back to our project and into our body section of our HTML, we are going to start writing our first elements here. So here we're going to start writing hashtag and hero and press enter. And this is Emmet Abbreviation, which a kind person in the comments of the last video showed me how to do, which is really cool. So if you write hashtag, you're going to create a div which has an ID. If you write dot hero, you're going to create a div that has a class of hero. So it's a useful little shortcut instead of writing out div and then going inside it and writing class and then giving that class a name. So it's just a little handy shortcut. Inside of our hero, we are going to write h5. We're going to write hello, I'm. Then we're going to go down, h1, John Doe. And then we're going to write P for paragraph, full stack developer. And we're going to hit save. As you can see, the prettier formatting formatted that line of code for me, and we can see that our code is showing up correctly here with a little typo, capital H. There we go. H1 and H5 are headings, so H1 being bigger than H5 by default, like you can see here, and P stands for paragraph. Quite useful elements in HTML if you have never used them before. And a div is a box, simply put, that you can use for whatever you want. We usually give them an ID or a class, and through that class we tailor the div that it comes as a basic box with no features. We tailor it through the ID and class and give it properties and styling that we want, and we can alter it as much as we want. So divs are also a very, very useful element. We're going to write another div using Emmet Abbreviation, using hashtag, and then hero, and then 2 underscores, animation, and then hit enter. So why did I call it hero underscore underscore animation? Well, this is something that is called block element modifier, or BEM, or BEM for short, naming convention, which is basically a way to write HTML and especially the CSS classes and IDs in a way that makes sense and in a way that is structured and easy to find out and make sense of later. Because when you have a lot of elements with a lot of names, you don't want to be just giving them random names, because it's going to be very hard to see the system in it. And the system here using this naming convention is that here we have an outer div called hero, and then we have an inner div, and therefore we're starting with the outer div's ID, which is hero, and then we put the underscore underscore showcasing that this animation div here is inside of this hero div, therefore having the name hero animation. And then when we put another div in here with a ID of hero animation, and then its own name, which is image. And so you see, it just goes down the rabbit hole, and it's quite then easy to see when you're styling this element. This is an element that sits within the hero, within the animation, and is an image. So this system overall makes it easier and more manageable to write more complex code. With these elements created, we are gonna go and style them now. Inside of our style.css file, we are gonna add, first of all, a custom font. The way I'm creating these comments is by holding Control and typing KC. So in this instance, in the CSS file, you have to have typed something for that to work. So D, hold Control, KC, and you see that it gets commented out. So we're gonna go to fonts.google.com. We're gonna write Poppins here in the search bar. See that it shows up. I'm gonna click that. Let me just make this full screen so it's easier to see. We're gonna scroll down here. We're gonna select the 200. We're gonna select 300. We're gonna select 4, 5, and 6. Dismiss that. So you see then the selected sizes of and thicknesses of our font, and then we're gonna go and click this import button, and we're gonna copy this code. Then we're gonna go back to our style sheet. I'm gonna paste that in here and just remove these style tags. We don't need them. We would have needed them if we were to put it directly into our head section of our HTML, but we are simply putting it in our CSS file. And then we are gonna grab, if we scroll down on the Poppins font here, we see the CSS rules. We're gonna copy that before we can close this tab again. Then we're gonna write general here. We're gonna Control KC, comment that out. That is for our general styling that is gonna go here. We're gonna target the body element, which is basically the whole visible code that we see. The whole visible HTML elements are within the body. And we're gonna paste that font family in here and save, and then we see that our Poppins font has been added. The next thing we're gonna add is a background. So a background color. Normally you would write white or red, or you would give it like a code and save. Let's see, you can hold over this square, you can drag here and then save, and that's gonna update the background. But in this project, because we are using, let me show you in the finished portfolio, because we're using the black and white or the dark mode, light mode, in order to do that, we're going to actually create variables within our CSS, which sounds complicated, but it really isn't. And we're just referencing those variables instead. And in this way, when we change these modes between the modes, the variable can stay the same. So to show you, this one is going to be called variable, so var, and then parentheses, and then we haven't created it yet, but the way we reference a variable in CSS is we write 2 lines, 2 dashes, and then this one is going to be called bg. That's not going to do anything because this variable doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it now so that you can see for yourself. Let's open our color mode. We are going to comment out here. We're going to write light mode. And here we are going to target the root element, which is basically the whole HTML element, head and everything included. And I'm just commenting out here for clarification. Here we're going to set the color variables that we are going to be using for our light mode. So, like we had, 2 dashes and bg, and this one is going to be hashtag FFF, or in other words, white. But let's make that red so that you can see, or another color so you can see. Here we've created a variable, and in this style sheet we are referencing that variable. So it's not that complicated. We could have written this directly, but we're not doing that because of the fact that we're going to be changing these variables on different light modes. If that doesn't make complete sense to you yet, don't worry, it's going to become much clearer once we start making the toggle button and switching between the modes, and you can see for yourself what it does. So let's just change this back to the color it's supposed to be, F. Go back to our style sheet here, and the next thing we're going to add to our body is color. Here we're going to reference another variable that we still haven't made called text. So this color, this text color, is going to have the variable of the text color. Pretty neat. We're going to give the body a height of 100%. That means that the body is going to take 100% of the available space, which is all the space. And we're going to give it a width of 100% as well, doing the same thing, so 100% of the screen. We are going to give it a margin of 0 and save. And did you notice how then the text went completely to the left side? If I comment out this code, see that it moves back. So we are doing this in order to accurately control all the margins. We don't want any margins by default, basically, in this portfolio. So removing those margins. Next, last thing actually we're going to create is something called WebKit tap highlight color. And this we're going to set to transparent. What this does is that it removes on mobile, when you click by default on some browsers, when you click on a button, for example, it's going to highlight the button element and the margins around it in like a blue color. And this removes that so that, yeah, it looks a bit nicer. I don't know why that is a default styling, but it is. And I think not on all browsers, but this basically makes it so that we know that on every browser, clicking buttons or elements is not going to give an unwanted styling. Next thing we are targeting is our H1, H2, H5, and our P paragraph element. And we're giving all of them also a margin of 0. So the margins basically remove all the outer, I was going to say padding, but padding is a different thing. It removes the margins. The space that is outside of the element, whilst padding, if they had some, would be the space within the element. As you can see here, while inspecting, right-clicking and inspecting the website, you can click on an element here, and you can see that the padding here is set to nothing. Whilst if I remove, comment out this part, you can see that, let's see, John Doe, you can see that they have a margin of 21. So let's comment back this in, save, and our margins are gone. Next thing we are targeting is our icon, which is going to be very useful very soon, but for now we haven't created an element yet with an icon class. This is how you know it's a class and not an, for example, a ID would be like this, and class would be like this. So we're just going to style it even though we haven't created an icon yet. So we're going to give it a height of 2 rem. And if you're not familiar with a rem, a simple conversion is simply that 16 pixels by default is 1 rem. So 2 rem means 32 pixels. I'm using a lot of rem in my code. There is a certain benefit to doing that if you want to change font sizes across your website in one simple move. Rem is very useful for that. We're going to also give it a width of 2 rem. And we're going to give it a margin of 0 in the top and in the bottom, and 0.5 in the left and right directions. Now we are ready to start on our hero section by targeting our hero ID, giving it a position of absolute. What this does is that it positions, I'm just going to inspect here, it positions this hero absolutely within its parent element, so within the body. And since the body takes the whole space, it's positioned absolutely at the top in the whole space. Then we're going to say from the top, we're going to put you 50% down and save. And as you can see, it moves 50% down. We're going to do the same from the left. We're going to say from the left, I want you to move 50%. This is getting close to what we want, but as you can see, it is positioned in the middle. As you can see, the middle is about here. So it's starting from 50% from the top and 50% from the left. But what we actually want is for it to be in the center, not starting from the center. So what we need to add then is a transform and then a translate. What this does is by saying translate minus 50% and then another minus 50% and then save, you can see it moved to the center. What this does is it says, I want you to take the height and width of this element, of this hero, and I want you to move it back half of its length, which, because of a very smart way and feature in CSS, means that now it's going to be in the center. So that's a very useful and very common way to center an object. As you can see, it's very responsive. It's going to stay in the center no matter how big the screen is. Let's close this tab so we have a bit more real estate to look at our finished project. There we go. Next thing we want to add is we want to text align the text inside to the center, which makes it become text aligned. Next, we want to target the hero __ animation, and we want to give it an animation name of hover. So this is going to be the image that we have. Let's see, there we go. As you can see, it has no width, no height, so it's not showing up now. But as soon as we add that, it's going to show up, and then we're going to be able to animate the hover effect using this animation name. So we're simply saying here, you're going to have an animation and it's going to be called hover. We haven't created that hover animation yet, but we're going to do that later. Next, we're going to say this animation, we want it to have a duration of 1.5 seconds. And then we want it to be running, let's see, iteration count. We want it to be running infinite because we don't want it to stop. We want it to continue running after one time is done. Next, we want to add to this animation timing, function, and we're going to say ease in and out. And what this means is that we want the animation to start slow, speed up, and then slow down again at the end, which gives the animation a more lively look, rather than just going, you know, like if I illustrate with my mouse, the animation is going to start slow, speed up, and then slow down again, and then start slow, speed up, and slow down again. Instead of going like full speed back and forth, it kind of looks a bit unnatural. So now let's give our hero animation a height of 25 rem and a width of 25 rem as well. So now we can see we have our box. There's no image in it yet because we haven't added it yet. Then we're gonna add max, let's see, height, 100 view height, and max width, 100 view width. What this does is that it stops, let me just comment out this so you can see. It stops, here's the box, hero animation, and if we don't have that, you see that we get this scroll bar here. What this max height and max width does is that it removes that scroll bar and all the unwanted functions that come with that. So here we're saying that no matter how small this screen is, you're going to be a maximum of the full screen. So we're overwriting these height and width of 25 here by saying, well, when you're less than 25, you're going to be less than 25. You're going to be exactly or maximum the screen size. And then the scroll bar disappears. Now we're going to add our hero underscore animation underscore image, and we are going to give it a background image. And here as well, because the way we're going to animate this head, you see, when I click here, the way we do this animation is we are changing this image in a sequence. So we are creating an animation where this image is being changed step by step. And since we want that functionality, we are not just writing URL here and then kind of finding the image in our asset folder and just hard coding the image. What we're doing is we are also using a variable here. And in this case, we are just putting our variable, which is TL1. And this looks a bit nonsensical, but it stands for top left 1. And when we are, which is the image we see here. We haven't created that variable yet, so we don't see it in our own project. But that's this picture. And then when you click About here on the top left corner, you are going between TL1, TL2, TL3, all the way to TL5. And then when you click it again, you are kind of reversing that order and going back to TL1, as you can see. Let's go in our color mode and add our animation pictures. So here we're going to write face animation. I'm going to move this up here inside the root, and I'm going to create this first animate this first picture. URL dot dot slash. The reason I'm typing dot dot slash here is because now I'm in color mode, which is here. And if I want to go into this asset folder and down into it, I need to go one level up, because you see the CSS file is within this folder. So what I do then is I type dot dot, which brings, and then slash, which brings me to kind of the one level up, and then I can go into the asset folder like I normally would. Assets. And then I'm going to go into the face animation light. And then let's see what it's called. It's called top left 1, TL1 .png. So one way to test if we wrote this correctly is by holding Control and then clicking here. We see that indeed it seems to have worked. We are gonna give it a height of 100%. We are gonna give it a background position of center. There we see the pretty face staring at you a bit soullessly. Then we are gonna give it a background size to make it a bit more normal of cover. So what this does is the height, of course, makes the picture be 100% of its parent element, which is hero animation. As you can see here, hero animation image is inside hero animation. So it can't be bigger than that. The background position means that it's in the center of the image. So we are focusing on the center of the image. And because my face is in the center of the image, it's turning on the center of the face. And not in, like, for example, the top left of the image or the bottom right of the image. And then the background size cover makes it so that the image is resized to fit its container without stretching or kind of, stretching the image. It's covering the entire elements area. Now let's get that hover animation working. Let's open our animation CSS. We are gonna add here hover animation. Then we are gonna write at keyframes hover, which we're calling it. And we're gonna say at 0% of this animation, we want to run some code. And then I'm gonna copy paste this 3 times. At 50%, we want to run some other code. And then at 100%, like when the animation is finished, in other words, and when the animation is halfway, some additional code. Is that how you write that? Probably. So what is the code we want to run here? How do we get the hover effect? Well, we write transform, and then we use translate, and we want to go in the Y direction, which is up and down. And we want to say at 0% of this animation, we're just going to stay where we are. I'm going to copy paste this. At 50% of this animation, we are going to move 5 pixels down. And at 100% of this animation, we're going to go back to the start. So let me just remove this code here. And as you see, when I saved, it's already started running. And because we have already, because we have already defined that we're using this animation and for how long and for how many times, and even like in which way the animation started. We just needed to reference it and create the actual animation here. Cool, huh? So now we're done with that. Let's go back to our index file and start on our dark mode, light mode button. We can close this hero section for now. And then under here, we're going to create another div with an ID using hashtag. And we're going to call this color mode. Hit enter. Inside here, we're going to have another div with an ID of toggle button. And this div is also going to have a class of icon, which we have already made. Now we're going to go into our color mode CSS file. We are going to comment here, call it color mode toggle button. No mistake what this should be. We're going to target our color mode. We're going to give it a background. Again, we're going to use a variable here, and we're going to call it bg alt2. We're going to create all these variables in a second, and we're going to give it a height of 2.75 rem. We're going to give it a width of 4 rem. Let's give it another, for now, let's just comment this out and give it a color of red so that we can see it. There we go. We're going to give it a border radius of 3 rem, which gives it a radius. It makes it a bit rounder. We are going to display it using flex. And if you are not familiar with Flexbox, then I have created another video for you to watch right here, where I go deep into how Flexbox works, and we also go through some exercises together to fully understand Flexbox, because it's a topic in itself, and if you want to learn more about how it works, then I highly suggest you pause this video and watch that video now first. But in short, what display flex means is that now this color mode, this red here, is a flex container, and anything in it, its child elements, are gonna be flexed. So they're gonna be stretched and fit to the width or height of its parent element, the parent element that is displayed with flex, which gives a lot of useful and good looking styling properties that we can use with Flexbox. And we're going to be taking advantage of them in a moment. We are going to align all the items within the Flexbox to the center. We are going to justify content to flex start, which means that when we put our buttons here, as you can see here, we are changing the positions of them, giving the impression that this is a sliding toggle. Although that's not what's happening here, we are actually just switching the images and changing where they sit within this container. So here the sun is justified to the flex start because that's the start of the container, whilst the moon is justified to flex end because on the right is the end. By default, that's how they are. So back to our project, we are going to give a position of absolute. Then we are gonna move this color mode to the bottom. Then we're gonna move it from the left 50%, And again, we want to translate this so that it's 50% minus its own width back. So we're gonna transform, then translate, and then we're gonna say minus 50% and minus 50% to also go a bit up. And there we go. Now we're starting to look like the finished product that we have. Let's close this. Now let's add the actual images. Toggle, button. We're gonna give it a background image. We're gonna give it a variable called sun, which we haven't created yet as well, but we will any moment. We're gonna give it a background size of cover that will cover the entire area. And we're gonna give it a cursor of pointer, which you see when we go over it, we see that it turns our cursor into a pointer, highlighting that this is something we can interact with. So let's create the rest of our variables now. Starting with our colors, we're gonna write BG alt for alternative. And we're gonna write hashtag 333. Let me hold Shift Alt and down to copy that, because we're just gonna call this BG alt 2. We're gonna change this to F0, F0, F0. Save. We're gonna write BG transparent. And that's gonna be hashtag FFF FFF E8. And then we are gonna have a border variable which has 0.0 rem thickness. It's gonna be solid, and it's gonna have the color of 333, which is a bit like off black color, a little soothing rather than direct black. As we can see here, it's more aesthetic in my opinion. Then we are gonna create a variable called text. Text. We're gonna give it the same color, and we are gonna write a variable called text alt and FFF or white. I'm gonna make this a bit bigger. Then let's create the rest of our face animations. There's a lot of them. There are in total 20. But to save us a bit of typing, I'm going to show you another way to do this. So first off, let's be on this line. Hold Shift Alt, and we're going to copy this 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're going to highlight this TL1. We're going to hit Control D. And then you see that we're highlighting all the TL1s one by one after each other. Now we can go to the type left arrow or right arrow. And you see we can alter all of them at the same time. So we can write 2 here. Then we can target this second 2. Here we can write 3. Target this 2. 4, and this 2, 5. So now we have made and targeted correctly, it seems. Yeah. Control click to check. Yeah, we seem to have targeted all of them correctly. And now to create, because this is top left 1, top left 3, we want to create for all the sides, top right, bottom left, bottom right. So here we can also do a little hack, Shift Alt down, and we're copying that. And now instead of writing here TL, we can target all of those and write TR, top right. And let's check. Because we have been smart in our naming convention, We just have to change that, and it's now targeting the right assets in our asset folder. I'm going to minimize this a bit. There we go. So let's do that again. Now we can target both of these. Shift Alt down. Now we want not to be top left, but we want it to be bottom left. So we simply write BL. And for this one, we want to be bottom right. Let's see if it works. We targeted this one properly and this one. So it's a lot of code, but with useful shortcuts, it doesn't require us to type that much. The last thing we're going to create a variable here for is the sun. We're going to create URL. We're going to go into our assets folder. We're going to go to our icons, sun.png, and we're going to save. And there we go, our sun icon popped up. When we click it now, nothing happens because we haven't made that functionality, of course. Let's now also change our horrible red background to the background that it was supposed to be, that we now have created. So we can just delete that and comment out this. And we see that it gets a nice, soothing, although a bit hard to see gray color. You can adjust this as you want. So now we have the light mode, and we're gonna start creating the dark mode. So how do we do that? Well, we are gonna do another cheat, and we're gonna just copy this whole root here. Actually, we can even copy it with the comment up here. Hold Shift Alt, press down, put a little space here, and we're just gonna change this to dark mode. Take away these. Now you know what these are for. And we are gonna add dot dark mode after the root here. Because what we're saying is that when we're gonna be, let me inspect here. Actually, let us go to the finished product here, because then you can see it in live action. When I inspect here, notice that the whole HTML here has a class of dark mode. That's how we are switching between. Now it changed to light mode. So what I do here essentially is when clicking, we are switching between two classes. We're removing one and adding the other. And that's the functionality that we are creating here. Oop, there we go. So I'm saying when the root, the whole HTML document, has the dark mode class, then these are the properties, these are the variables that are going to be overwriting these ones. And vice versa. When we're in the light mode, these are going to be the variables that are the ones that count. So in dark mode, we don't want the background to be white. We want it to be something called 21202124. And then we want the alternative background to be 3C3D40. Save that. We want BGL2 to be 333. We want the transparent one to be 333333 6 times, and then F5. These are just colors I've played around with and kind of gotten to with trial and error, if you're wondering. There's no real system to them, it's just good old trial and error. Kind of looks good, at least to me. And we're gonna leave the border to be equally solid and sized, but we're gonna change the color to 5A, 5A, 5A. The text is gonna be FFF, and we are simply gonna remove the text alt because we're not changing it. And then instead of having, basically the variable name is gonna stay the same, but we're not gonna go into the face animation light subfolder. We're gonna go into the dark subfolder. So what we do then, you might have guessed it, We're gonna double click on the light word. We're gonna hold Control and press D. And we're just gonna target all of these next variables. Then we're just gonna write dark. And then we are gonna target the dark again. We're gonna target all of these variables. We're gonna hit the right arrow key until we get to the TL. And then we're gonna type W, because our images are named with not only bottom left and top L, but we have top left white, and that's W. So we're gonna save. I'm gonna Control click and see that now the image, the lines are white, and that is correct. And we're gonna change the sun variable to moon. And we are gonna change the name itself to moon. There we go. Now we can scroll down and we can add our .dark mode. So when we're in dark mode, we want the toggle button to not be the sun, but instead be the moon. And then we want to do the same. We want to, let's see, actually remove the whole thing here. We want to justify the content to be in the flex end and not in the flex start, like we were talking about in the finished product. The sun is in the flex start, the moon is in the flex end of its parent container. So I'm not able to click and show you yet, but we're gonna create that functionality next. So that's basically all for the styling of the colors and switching between the dark mode and light mode. Now, when we are creating the JavaScript to control all of that, we already have all the styling in place. We're just going to be switching between them. We're going to be switching between the dark mode and the light mode that is the default. So we can close these files now, the animation. We can even close the style, I think. And we can open our color mode.js file. Let's close the Explorer so we have more space to look. Now we're going to start writing our JavaScript, and I'm going to do my best in explaining what every piece of code does. So the first thing we're going to do, I'm going to comment here, we're going to define DOM elements. So what are DOM elements? Well, in JavaScript files, you can't just like reference these classes that we've been using, like we did in the styling properties. Let's see. If you inspect here, I can't just say, let's say dot or hashtag, because it's an ID, hero __ animation. This doesn't mean anything to the JavaScript code. It doesn't know what this is, like CSS knows what it is when it kind of CSS searches through the HTML and finds this ID. But JavaScript doesn't have that functionality. So we have to define those elements kind of over again within JavaScript. And that's what DOM elements are. We're basically creating a new element that is referencing these existing elements. And through that, we can then manipulate them as we want with JavaScript. So this is basically the wrong way. And now I'm going to show you the right way. So instead of doing it like you do in CSS, you create a new constant. And a constant is simply a reference to a value. And in this case, the value is the element we're referencing. The way we do that is we give it a name. So this constant has the name of toggle button. And if you're wondering why I'm writing it in this way, capital B instead of, let's say, doing like this, is that you see JavaScript doesn't really understand that this is the same thing. It's trying to now take toggle and minus button to it. So if there's a button constant, it would try to do multiplication and addition here and subtraction because of this minus. So these symbols are reserved for math in this case. So the way that we put two words together in JavaScript is we use something called camel casing, where we leave the first character lowercase, the T, but then the next word, the second word, and the third word, if there was one, button, button key, let's say. So the rule goes that the first word is lowercase, and then every other word after that is capitalized. So that is called camel casing. So this constant that we're creating is going to reference our toggle button. Where do we have it? There we have it. So it's called toggle button, and I'm usually trying to call it something similar or the same, so we kind of know what we are referencing. The way we get a hold of it though is we say this constant toggle button equals document. I want to go into the entire HTML document. That's what I'm saying here. And I want to say dot because I want to go inside the document, and then I want to call or use a function on it. And this function is already made, one of many that are already built into the JavaScript language. And this one is called query selector, which basically looks through our code and finds whatever we are referencing. So in this case, we write parentheses, and then we need to write what we want within some quotes. And here is where we are referencing our CSS and our HTML ID. So it's called toggle button. So as you can see, it's a bit of a workaround when you are working with JavaScript. So we can test this to see if this works by saying console log toggle button and saving, and then moving over to our console section, you see that it has found the correct element. When we hover over it, you see that it gets highlighted down here. So you see that the constant here has correctly found in the document, the entire document. It has used the query selector to find the element that has the ID of toggle button. And that's what this line means. Now we can remove this piece of code, we don't need it. We are gonna do this some more. So we are gonna create a new constant called root, and we are gonna get a hold of by using the query selector, we're gonna get a hold of the root element, which, as we know, since we wrote it here in the, let's see, the color mode, is this one. So we are getting a hold of basically this whole section of variables. So back into our JS file, we are creating a new constant. We're calling it storage key. And these ones are going to make more sense once we start writing our functions to switch between the color modes. But essentially, what we want to do, we want to have a functionality that when a user has changed their color mode, like we see here, I do in the finished product, and then I refresh the page, the user's browser remembers that their default setting is the black mode or the dark mode. If I switch it to light and I refresh, it remembers that it's on the light mode. So that's what we're going to use this storage key for, in combination with the next constant, which we are calling default mode. And we're going to set the default mode to light mode. We can take away this code, and then we can start creating the functionality to switch between our modes. Let's go back to our project. So the first function we want is we want to load the user's preferred color mode from local storage. So the local storage is the thing that holds whether we like dark mode or light mode. And this function is going to be called load color mode. And that's how we define a new function. You write function, the name of the function with camel case as we see here. Usually it's a good idea to name it whatever it does. And then here in the parentheses we can give it some arguments, which we're not going to do in this case, but you can if you want to. And then using these curly braces, you write what this function is going to do. So we define a function, we name it, we can give it arguments, although we're not doing that here. And then we write some code functionality here to run. So whenever we then call this function, because we also have to call it like this, we simply say its name, then this is going to run. If we don't call it, then we've just defined the function, but nothing is still running it. We still have to run it. That's very useful, so you can have a lot of defined functions in your files that only run on certain commands, basically. Like if you click something, then we decide to run a certain piece of function. But in this case, we simply want to run this when the page loads. We're going to define all the functions we're going to use and then fill in the functionality within them, because I think it's going to be easier to see how they all connect together. The next function we're going to create, well, it's not actually a function, next code we're going to write is going to be the thing that toggles the color mode. And we do that by now targeting this toggle button. So we can say toggle button, we've already defined it. We want to add event listener. What this inbuilt, basically everything that is yellow is a function. And what this inbuilt function in JavaScript does, when you hover over it, you can see what it does. It basically listens to your browser. It listens to the page for in this case, a click. So when something clicks on the toggle button, like that, then we can decide to run a piece of code. And then we're going to write a comma, and then we're going to write a parentheses, and then equals, and then a, let's see, a bigger than, basically creating an arrow. What this is an arrow function. It's simply another way to write a function. There's two ways, and one is an arrow function and one is kind of a standard function like this. But they mean the same. Within these curly brackets, we can decide to run some piece of code, the same way we can run it within these curly brackets. But the difference here is that here it is only running once we have clicked on this toggle button, and we're listening for that click all the time, continuously. And here, this functionality only runs on the page load once. So we're going to run some code here as well, but we're going to continue to define our functions. The next one is going to be saving the user's preferred color mode to local storage. So this one is loading, but this one is saving the user's color. It's going to be called function, save color mode, and then we're gonna have some piece of code that is gonna check if the root element has a class of dark mode. And then if it does, if yes, then the current mode is switched to light, and vice versa. So basically, we're gonna call this function whenever we click on this button. So now we see that we are in the light mode, and then when we click it, this function is gonna be called and basically save the fact that we switched over to the dark mode. So it's gonna make more sense when we see it all hanging together. So how are we making this functionality? Well, we're creating a constant that is called current mode. And we're gonna equals that to the root, because we're gonna listen. This is gonna be a question. We're gonna listen if this root, which is this here, which is this here, if it contains dark mode. If this root class list contains, if we've added contains, if it contains dark mode, then, and we're gonna add the question, then we are gonna switch it to light mode. If not, we're gonna switch it to dark mode. Because if it's not dark mode, it's light mode. We are creating this as a question. This constant, current mode, has this question. If root class list contains dark mode, if we're already on dark mode, then we're gonna switch it to light mode. If it's not, then current mode is gonna be dark mode. Then we are gonna target the root again. We're gonna target the class list, and we're gonna remove any mode. So we're gonna remove light mode, and we're gonna remove dark mode, simply because we don't want to be putting class after class after class that is overriding each other, and when we're switching back and forth, we don't want to have 100 classes here identically named, potentially giving us bugs. So we're simply just removing them first before we are then adding the new class by using the add function, and then we're adding current mode. So here we are defining current mode. If it's already dark mode, we're going to switch to light mode. If it's light mode, we're going to switch to dark mode. And then we're removing any modes if they already exist before we add the current mode that we figured out. Then we are going to call local storage. That is a built-in place where we basically save data in our browser, and that's what you clear if you've ever cleared your cookies, cache, browser history, all that. That's what you're kind of deleting, this local storage. So we're going to call that local storage. We're going to set an item using an inbuilt function as well, and we're going to call this storage key that we defined up here. And we're going to give it the current mode. So we're going to set the storage key's data here as the current mode, whatever we figured it out to be. So this is going to switch to become light mode or dark mode. And then we are going to update our toggle button. This is a function we haven't made yet. So that's the last function we're creating. Update toggle button. Call it naming the function. It doesn't take any arguments that you would put in here. So before we continue with this update toggle button function, we can go back and write the real code here inside our event listener, because the only thing we want to run here is this function that we just finished. So when we click on this toggle button, we want to run save color mode. And we just call it like that. So if you remember from the past, load color mode runs on just when we load the file, but save color mode will now only run when we click the button. So let's see if it works by adding another line here called console log and then adding test. If we now inspect our page, we go to console here and we click here, we see that test works. We're getting some errors here. We don't have to worry about that. It's because we are referencing things we haven't made yet. So it works. Now let's go into the update toggle button. We're going to create something called an if statement. So it's basically if and then something here. If that's true, we're going to run some code. It's basically a different way of running a question. So here we were saying if it's dark mode, then we want to switch it to light mode. If it's not, then we want to switch to dark mode. It's kind of just a different way of phrasing that. So if here, the root class list contains dark mode, then we want to run this piece of code. So some code here. And then else, if it's not true, we want to run this code. And that is a very classic if-else statement. So if this is true, then we run that. If it's not true, then we run this. So what is the code we're going to run here? Well, we're going to target the toggle button again. We're going to target its style property, which is basically the same as going here and saying, you know, toggle button and then adding these styles. It's just that in JavaScript, that's how you write it. So toggle button, style, and then we want to add a background. We want to add a background image, but remember we can't write in JavaScript like this. When we do write styling in JavaScript, we have to write it with camel case. So background image equals, and then quotes, and then variable, parentheses, and then inside here we want to write moon, because what we're saying here is if the root class list, basically the whole document, has the dark mode in its class, it means that the toggle button here should have the image, the background image of the moon. Else, we're going to copy this. It means that we're not on dark mode, which means we're on light mode. Then it should have the variable of sun. Now we haven't created the moon, or yeah, we have actually. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's there, okay. So now, let's see. We're still missing something. So we are not calling this function yet, which is why it's not working. We are going to be calling it up in the load color mode. So here we are going to add a new constant. We're going to call it color mode. And we're going to equals that to local storage. Because what we're doing here, remember, is loading the color mode that is already in the user's browser. And by default, it's going to be light mode if they've never been to the site, or if they've changed it at some point, we're going to be able to access it because we saved it with this function. So we're going to go into the local storage. We're going to get item, which is another inbuilt function in JavaScript. We're going to get the storage key that we ourselves made. which is holding this place where we save our color mode. So we're getting that. Then we're going to use it. So we're going to call it root. We're going to say class list. And we're going to add this color mode if it exists. If it doesn't exist, it means we're just going to add the default mode. And then we are going to update the toggle button. We are going to call the toggle button function, basically updating the image based on the mode. Once we first have added the correct mode, like loaded the correct mode. Okay, let's check it out. And it's not working. Let's see if we get some errors here. Click it. Cannot read properties of undefined. Reading contains at save color mode. Let's see, 26, dark mode, light mode, dark mode. Did I misspell it? What am I not seeing here? Let's see. Class list contains const current mode equals root class list. Ah, okay. Here we go. I forgot the camel case on the class list. Easy mistake. There we go. Now it works. As you can see, we are console logging our test. We don't need that anymore, as we can see that our dark mode, light mode is actually working. We see that we're missing a feature here. We are not actually changing the position of the moon image. As we see, it's supposed to be changed to the right. So let's fix that. If we go into our color mode, CSS, let's see, why is that not working? It's because we have called it the wrong thing. So we just copy pasted it. So it's not the toggle button, but it is the color mode. So let's save that and see. And now it's working. And there we go. That's how you create a light mode, dark mode functionality, switching between them using variables, images, and a bit of JavaScript. Now if we change to dark mode, we refresh, you see that the browser remembers that we like to be on dark mode, which is pretty cool. So with that finished, we have our head finished, we have our color modes finished. Let's get started on building our navigation, our HR corner, and the animations that go with it. So back into our HTML file, we can close these other files here. What we are going to create next is our 4 corners, as we can see in the finished portfolio here. And these 4 corners we're going to create them using something called a grid. When I inspect here, let's see, I'll show you. There we go. So under our hero that we've already made, we're going to create a nav. And it's going to have an ID of grid because we're going to use a grid layout. And I'm going to get back to what that is when we start styling it. In essence, you can see that there are some dotted lines here dividing our portfolio in 4, 1 for each corner. And that's the beauty of grids compared to Flex, is that it gives us an easy way to kind of cut up our screen in equally sized portions or fractions. So let's get started creating our grid, and then you're gonna be able to more easily understand what we are creating and how we are doing it. So first off, we're gonna create a nav, and it's gonna have an ID of grid. Then we are gonna create, using Emmet Abbreviation, a grid TL div for top left. we're gonna create the top left section first before we go on to create top right, bottom left, and then bottom right at the end. Inside of this div, we are gonna have another div. It's gonna be called grid TL BTN for button. And here we're gonna write about and save that. And we can see we're starting to get, we can compare here, we're starting to get the layout of our finished portfolio. Under this div, mind you, not in it, but under, we are gonna create another div. I keep forgetting to use Emmet Abbreviation. It's new to me as well. So we're gonna create grid underscore underscore TL for top left underscore underscore content. So the first div is going to be our button that we click on, and then the second div is going to be the content that we are kind of pushing in and out of the screen. Inside this content, we are going to create content. So we're going to create another div here, and now it's going to have a class of cards. Inside this cards, it's going to be another div with a class. Oh, sorry. Class of cards content. Inside of this div, we are going to create something called an article. The article element is a useful HTML element when we want to create kind of a self-enclosed piece of content, something that you could see, for example, be shared. So a blog article is a good example, but we can also use it to create a summary of information. And that's what we're using here. Within this article, we're going to create an image. It's going to have a source of dot slash. We're going to go to the assets. We're going to go to the icons. We're going to choose experience.png. We're going to give it an alt text. That's alternative text for screen readers of the experience icon. And we are going to add a class on top of that of icon. The class we've already made, if you can remember. Let's open our style CSS here. So you see we've made the icon already. So that's why this image is already being formatted the way it is. So we can keep our style sheet open. So starting to look more like the finished piece. When we open here, you see that's the part we're making now. This is the article that we see here. This is another article, and that's this section. The whole two articles are going to be within this cards content, within cards. So slow and steady, we're getting to the finished product. Under the image, we're going to have an H2. It's going to be called experience, or it's going to say experience. That's going to be our header for this article. And then we are going to have a paragraph element. And here is going to be the text. 6 months plus of experience. Developer experience. Now we're going to add something more here because we want this to be specifically split up line by line. As you can see here, it's all on the same line. And one easy way to do that within HTML itself without creating separate paragraph elements, because if you did that, they would naturally be under each other like this. If I copy this one down using Shift-Alt, save, you see that each paragraph is on its own line. So you could do that. You could, write 6 months and then developer on one line and then experience on another line. Like you see here, we have 3 lines in the finished product. But that's a bit of an inefficient way to do it. So instead, if I just go back and delete these, Control Z, one way to do that is by adding something called a break. So if you write BR, hit enter, it is going to basically break the line. And then everything after the break is going to be on a new line, as you can see here. And we just add 2 of those, hit enter, and you see that both in Prettier, it formats that, And in our finished display, every section is on its own line. Then we are finished with our article section. Then next to our article, or under our article, we're going to have another paragraph. It's going to have a class of cards underscore underscore content underscore underscore text. And inside of this paragraph, we're going to write some lorem ipsum text. And a good way to just write that fast is you start writing lorem, and then you add the number of words that you want to have. And then you hit enter, and you get some standard lorem ipsum text instead of kind of finding that online and copy pasting it. So it's a neat feature in VS Code. So now we are done with our first cards content section. We are gonna copy this whole section, holding Shift Alt, pressing down, and creating another section. This is gonna be the education part of our portfolio. So here we can just simply copy all of the elements. We're going to change the source to be education instead. And this word, the alt text, we're going to change to education icon. We're going to keep the class the same. We are going to change this to education. Save, looks to be updating correctly with the new updated image as well. Here we are going to delete all of the breaks, and we are going to write our own education, of course. Mechanical engineering, in my case, humble brag. Yeah, we're gonna keep the lorem ipsum text the same as well. You might add some words here, remove some, but in essence, this is where you wanna kind of explain a bit more about your education, some extra info for any potential employer that is useful. And that's it for the HTML part of our top left section. That's all we need. And now we are going to style it so that it actually looks like the finished product here. We're gonna go to our style sheet. We're gonna create a new section here, new comment with Control KC. We're gonna say grid common attributes, or styles, you could say. Styles is more clear. Here we are going to target our grid first. Remember, that's the outer navigation element where we are dividing our section. Now we are going to see how that actually works. If I inspect here, we can see that this grid is just a normal element. It's not a grid yet. So how do we create a grid? Well, first off, we're going to position this grid absolute, which means that it's going to have, by default, it's going to start at the top left, and it's going to be absolute on the page. It's not going to have a connection to any other element, and it's not going to push any other element because of its own size. Then we are going to give it the display of grid. And still nothing is going to happen because we haven't defined what this grid is going to look like. And the way we do that is we give it something called a grid template, and you can choose columns or rows. We're going to use rows here first, at least. And we are going to write 1 FR for fraction, 1 FR. And we're going to save. And as we can see now, we have our grid has been divided into 2 rows with the horizontal bit purple divider in the middle, because we have said that we want to have a grid that is 2 rows, 1 fraction of the whole page each. Next, we are gonna split this grid in columns as well. So we're gonna give it a grid template columns, and we're gonna give it 1 fraction, 1 fraction. And then, let me just actually, let me just comment out this so we can see the before and after. So here we see it's only split horizontally. When I comment out this section and save, you can see that now we have a grid that is split vertically as well. The reason that the grid is taking more space in the top than in the bottom is because the content in top left is pushing it, because by default it's taking the space of the content within it, but we're going to fix that right now. So we're going to say that the whole grid is going to have a view height of 100%, so that it's going to take the entire page, not more, not less, and it's going to have a width of 100% of the view width. Same thing, 100% of whatever this width is at any moment. Then we are going to target our grid TL BTN. We're going to hit comma, and we're going to copy this 4 times because we're going to target each section, top right, bottom left, and bottom right. We're going to give them a height of 18.75 rem. Let's see. Top left. Here we go. We're going to give them a width of 18.75 rem. We are going to give it a background of variable of background that we made. We're going to give it a color, so the color of the text of variable text. We're going to give it a border of the variable border. So starting to look closer. We're going to give it a position of fixed. So that means, did you see what happened now if I comment out this? It means that now this content, the content here, grid TL content, is being pushed down by grid TL button. But when we give it a position of fixed, this is fixed regardless of everything else. It kind of disappears in comparison to the grid TL content. Now grid TL content doesn't see a grid TL button, and that's very useful. Now this position is going to be fixed to this corner regardless of how big the screen is, regardless of every other element around it. We are going to give it a display of flex. We are going to justify the content to the center. We are going to give it a cursor of pointer, because this is going to be our button, right? It's going to be showcasing that this is something we can click on, although it doesn't look like it just now. We are going to text align the about text to the center. We are gonna give it a font weight of 800 to make it a bit thicker. We are gonna give it a font size of 1.5 rem to make it a bit larger. We are gonna give it something called a Z index of 100, which is gonna be useful when we are, I'm gonna show you, when we are kind of flying this section, the content in and out. Do you see that the content, when it goes back up over the left here, what we're actually doing is we're pushing it beyond the screen, so it's sitting exactly outside of the screen. But notice how this content goes under the button. It wouldn't look as good if it was gonna go over. It would remove the visual style that this is a button. So here, because this button has a Z index of 100, which is higher than the standard Z index, I think, which is a 0 or no Z index, it's gonna be in front of this content. The element with the highest Z index is always gonna be in front of other content. And that's why this content goes under the button and not in front of it. So back to our project. We're going to give it a border radius of 40%. 50% is a perfect circle. 40% is just shy of that, a rounded out square. We're gonna give it a transition, and we're gonna say transform 0 to ease in and out. This is gonna come into play later when we have a hover effect on the button. As we can see in the finished product here, when we click it, it becomes a bit bigger, gives a little like nice pop effect, and that's what we're gonna use this transition for. So what we are saying here is that we're gonna transform the size of this. We still haven't made that effect, but we're gonna make so that it gets a bit bigger and smaller again within 0.2 seconds. And we're gonna ease in and out of it. And that is what's happening here. Next up, we are gonna target our grid TL content. And you might have guessed it, holding Shift Alt, we're gonna copy these. We're gonna say top right, bottom left, and bottom right. And we are gonna give these all a position of absolute as well. Then we are gonna text align to center, make the text centered. We are gonna give it a transition of transform here as well, 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. I forgot to put seconds here, by the way, in the previous transition. Save that. We are also going to give it a color of variable text alt. So the text disappeared because now text alt is set to white. If you see I changed the mode, we see that it appears. That's because there's going to be a background color behind it, so don't worry, we're going to see the text eventually. For now, we're going to target the grid TL BTN. We're going to copy that once, and we are going to target the top right as well. And then we are going to give them a padding of bottom 0.5 rem, and we are going to give them an align items flex end. We basically put the top left and the top right buttons, because we're going to be skewing this whole section. We're going to push it over here and rotate it 45 degrees. And then we need the about text here to be visible because it's going to be at the edge. And that's what actually you see here. It's a full square that we have here. It's just been pushed outside of the edge to create this effect that it's almost like a triangular shape. But in fact, it's just hidden, most of it. And on the bottom side, we're going to align them to the flex start, because then they're going to be at the top. Or I don't even think we need to, because they are that way from by default. So we're going to copy this section. We are going to delete this because we don't need it, as said. We are going to change the names to bottom left and bottom right. We're going to give them a padding of top. We don't see these yet. We haven't created them, but I think it's useful to just write all of the common code they share between them right now so we don't forget about them. Then we are going to target, we're going to copy these and we're going to paste them here. And we're going to say colon active. So when we are clicking on it, that's what this is. When I hold the mouse, I click on it, you see that it gets bigger. That's it being active. I click on it, and that's when it's active. During the click, and if I'm holding on it, that is this button being active. That's when this text will be valid. Next button, active, bottom right we want to write here, top left and bottom right. And then we want to transform these. We want to rotate by minus 45 degrees, and we want to scale them 1.05. So you might be wondering, why are we rotating it here? So if I show you, why is that happening? Why do we want to do that? Well, we are rotating it because in their finished position, they are already gonna be rotated by this degree. So when we click on it, we're actually not gonna see that it's gonna rotate like we do now. It's just gonna stay rotated minus 45 degrees. If we didn't include this, then it would go back to its original spot because we're gonna use the same transform property to set that 45 degrees. So let me just show you right now. I'm gonna create the section for the top left corner. We are gonna target the grid, top left, BTN. We're gonna give it, actually, let's just transform it first. Transform, rotate, minus 45 degrees, and save. And as you can see, it has the position, the correct position. And if I click it now, it's just gonna become larger. And that is because this one is active by default, and when I click it or hold it in, this one is active. So we're still keeping it at its rotated position from the default position. If I were to remove this section, see what happens? I click it and it goes back to its default. So I hope that cleared up why we are kind of putting it twice. Back in our common grid styling, we want to copy this part, and we're going to give the two other buttons also their rotation. Here they're going to be plus 45 degrees because in the first section we're targeting the top left and the bottom right, and minus 45 degrees gives us the correct position. And for the other two, top right and bottom left, plus 45 gives us the wanted look. We are now done with the common attributes. Now we are gonna give this top left button the position it's supposed to have. So we're gonna push it to or beyond the edge of the screen. We're gonna push it from the top by minus 11.5 rem, and we're gonna push it from the left minus 11.5 rem. And now it's starting to really look like, oh, we have a bug. Why is that happening? Top left, okay. We wrote it twice, so we forgot to change the names for these. So now this one is overwriting this one. So this is supposed to be bottom left and bottom right. Let's see, yeah, that fixed it. So as we can see, we've now pushed it 11.5 rem back from the top and back from the left. And we can do that because the button has a position of, let's see, position fixed. So when an element has a position of fixed or absolute, you can use this top, left, bottom, right styling property to basically push them by this much away from its original absolute position. Let's move on and start styling the content. So we're going to target the grid, TL content. We are going to give it a width of 30 view width. We are going to give it a top. Remember, we're pushing it from the top by 10 view height. We are gonna, let's actually see if we can give it a background here. First, so we can see the changes, I'm gonna target the article. We're gonna give it a background of red just to see them. There we go. I'm gonna fix that later, but then we can see the changes we're making. And then we're gonna push it from the left, 0. It's gonna stay there. We're gonna add a transform. We're gonna translate in the X direction, so the horizontal direction. and we're going to push this whole content. We're going to push it out to the left by 100 view width. So that means that whenever or however large this screen is, we're going to push the entire content outside of the screen. So when I save, it's going to disappear. It rolled outside of the screen. I'm going to comment out this section later, but let's put out what we want. We basically want to translate in X and Y directions 100% outside. So here we're going view width, here we're going view height. If I save, you see that it's getting pushed out from its original position. We are doing this, we could have just set the left and top to minus these numbers, and you might be asking, why are we not doing that? We could have, but the way we are going to animate this, let me go to the finish one. The way we're going to animate this function that it slides in and out is, you see here is the content. Here it has transformed property similar to this, but it's just pushing it back to its kind of original spot. And then when we click it to hide it, whenever all of them are hidden, they're pushed out again. So we're just changing this transform, we're changing the numbers in the transform property. And this way we can kind of just keep the same transform property on each element without kind of doing anything extra work. Instead of adding a top and a left property and changing between them, it's a completely valid solution as well, but this is how we are doing it, using the transform. So back into our project. Let's comment out this code so we see what we are doing. We are going to give this background a bit of a prettier color. We're going to say RGB 245, 245, and 245. It's going to be a bit more of a grayish color. We're going to give it a font size of 0.8 rem. We're going to give it a list style of none. We are going to give it a border. Let's see, variable border. How does it look? Starting to look better. I'm going to change this to dark mode so we see the color. I'm going to give the border radius 2 rem. I'm going to give it a padding of 0.5 rem. I'm going to give it a margin 1 rem, pushing the content a bit, a width of 8.75 rem, making a bit more space for the text inside, minimum width of 8.75 rem. So this is so that when our text and when our boxes here decreases, increases, it's never going to go lower than 8.75 rem. We are going to target the article H2 element. So all the H2s that are in within the article, which are these, we are going to give it a font size of 1 rem. We're going to give it a padding of 0.3 rem. Then we're going to target the article paragraphs, all paragraphs within articles. We're going to give it a padding bottom of 0.3 rem. Then we are going to target article H2 and article P tags together. And we're going to give them a color of hashtag 333. And there we go. Getting a bit easier to see the color here. Then we're going to target our cards. We're going to add a padding of 0. We're going to add a cards content. We're gonna display this using flex. And then we are gonna align these items to the center. And then, oh, it's not working. Let's see, spell that. There we go. So we displayed it using flex. You can see the change here. Now it is the default display. When I flex each card content, here we can see, I'm just gonna open here. You see that we have two card content. This box and the text is one. This box and the text is two. When we add the display flex, by default flex adds things in a row. So let's save, and that's exactly what it does. And then we are simply just aligning the items to the center. Next thing we are targeting is cards content, and then the text within it. We're gonna change the color to variable text. We're going to text align it to the left. And then we're going to add a margin of 0 on the top and bottom and 1 rem on the left and right. I'm wondering actually now if we didn't add here, if the text alt here isn't obsolete or redundant. Let's see if I'm changing these between the light mode and the dark mode. Well, here it seems to be redundant indeed. I'm going to leave it in for now, and let's see if we use it later. It might be that it's here because we are reusing them in the other sections, because we're not adding specific colors to them later, but we might remove it. It might be a redundant styling. Now the content is actually done. It's not looking great because obviously it hasn't got the full styling it needs, and that is what it's going to get using the JavaScript code that controls this animation. So for one, we need to hide it by default, and now it's just on top of everything. So we're going to create the functionality for the top left corner. We're going to create the JavaScript for that, and then we're going to create, in a similar way, the styling for each corner and the JavaScript for each corner. Let's close this inspect mode so we can see a bit better. Let's open up our animation.js file, close this Explorer. As we did in our color mode JS file, we're going to start this file with defining DOM elements. And we're going to start by creating a constant that is called hero image. And here we're going to target our hero image. So we're going to get a hold of it in the same way using document, query selector. We're going to target the ID of the hero image, hero animation image, which is this the actual image in the most nested part. Let's see. No, we're in the wrong one here. Hero, there we go, and hero animation image, and hero animation image. So this part we're targeting. We are also gonna target all the buttons, the grids, the content within them, and also we're gonna target and create constants for our future project files. So our future portfolio projects that we want to display. We're just gonna define all of them now, get it out of the way because it is a bit repetitive. Document, query selector. We're going to target the grid in this one. TL, and then we're gonna just copy paste this 4 times. Instead of top left, it's gonna be top right. Instead of TL here, it's gonna be bottom left, and then bottom right. Change these as well. Top right, bottom left, bottom right. Then we are gonna copy paste this whole part. We are gonna then target each button, and we're gonna call them buttons. Button, BTN, BTN, and here we are gonna also add by Control D and then pressing left. We are gonna add the BTN here as well. I'm gonna save that. Then we are gonna copy this one more time. Shift Alt down. Instead of button, let's see, I'm gonna target the button here. Instead of button, we are gonna create content now. Content, and changing all of that at once. Oh, forgot one here. Content. And then we are gonna create, so we see here in the finished portfolio, these are the things we're gonna create constants for now. Each portfolio project. So we have 3 here, so we're gonna create 3 constants. So constant project 1 equals, we're just gonna copy paste this, document query selector, and we're just gonna give them later. We haven't made these yet. We're gonna give them P1 for project 1. Copy that 2 times. 2, 3, and project 2, project 3. So these we're gonna target using classes. We are gonna continue defining. We're gonna define our colors and positions here, because we are going to be every part, every section, every corner is gonna go between 2 positions. One where it's active, which is this one, and one where it's hidden, which is outside of the border of the screen. So we're going to define for each section an active position and a hidden position. We're also going to define a color for the different elements within them. So starting with the colors, I'm going to call it background color. We're going to say variable, and it's going to have the variable of background. Save that. We're going to copy this 3 times. Next one is going to be background color alt, and it's going to have the variable of background color alt. Next one is going to be not background color, but text color. And same in the variable. And the last one is going to be the text color alt. And the variable is going to be text alt. Then we are creating another variable, but it's not a constant this time, because once you create this line, for example, constant TL button, then you can't change TL button. You can't say TL button equals something else, which is a problem for the next variables that we are creating, because we want to be able to change as we go with each click the value within, let's say, this TL button. We don't need to do that for these, so it's a safe bet to create them using what's called the constant word. And you only use the const when you define a variable that is not going to change, so you don't change it by mistake. But these next variables we're creating, we're going to create using the keyword let, which is a constant that you can change. It's not a constant actually, it's a variable that you can change the value of whenever you want. You can call it, in this case we're going to be calling it let TL active, and let's say it's just 1 here. But now I can call that TL active and I can just say now it's equal to 2, and that's completely fine in JavaScript. But if this was const, I couldn't do that. That will give me an error. So let me show you, just if you're not familiar with this, I'm just going to show you that using the console here. If I define a constant here in the console and call it test equals 1. And now if I try to redefine this constant, test equals 2, I get this type error, assignment to constant variable. Now let's see if I create it using let instead. We'll call this test2 equals 2. That's okay, I'm allowed to create that. But then I redefine it, test2 to 3. And that's completely fine. Now test2, I have redefined, I've given it a new value, because that's what you can do with let, and you cannot do with const. So I hope that little speed intro to the difference between const and let was useful. We're now going to be creating variables that we can change the value of. So here it's going to be translate. We're going to give it, in parentheses, we want to push this by 5 view width. But we also want to translate it in a y direction. And in this case, it's going to be 0. So this position, we're going to give the content of the top left corner. So this, we're going to give it the position of top left active when it is active, when we click on it and we see it in the screen. So we're going to give it the position of 5 view width from the left. So it's going to be out here, you know, and it's going to be translated to 0. So 0 from the top. We're going to copy this down and we're going to create the top left hidden position as well. And that position is one we're familiar with because we created it, let's see, here. Let's uncomment it because we want it to go back there. And we can just copy this whole style property here because that's the one we're going to be using here. So just put it around quotes. There we go. So you see when it's active, by default, it has this hidden property, and that is also written here in the style sheet. But when we click it, it's going to get this property. It's going to change from TL hidden to TL active. And then we're going to basically pop it back into view. And that's how we're going to get this animation in a simple way. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to create these hidden and active positions for each corner. So we're going to copy this down 3 times. We're going to call this one, let's see, TL. It's going to be top right instead. Next one is going to be bottom left and then bottom right. Bottom right, there we go. For the top right active, we are gonna translate it. Instead of 5, it's gonna be -5. We're gonna keep the y at 0, because here we are not going to want to, remember when it's hidden, it's gonna be up here. So if we think that, you know, here is the edge, it's gonna be hidden over the edge from the top and from the left. So it's going to go this way and that way. So what we want to do when we push it back to the active position is we want to go this way. And that is in X direction, the minus direction. Whilst for the about section, we want to go in the plus direction. So that's the difference between this one and this one. Whilst for the Y direction, you see when it's hidden, it's in minus 100 view height Y. So we just want to put it back to 0 in both cases, which is at the edge. And as for the TR hidden, we want to translate it to, in the same thinking, the reverse of this one. Here it's in minus, whilst here we want it to be in plus. And for the translate Y, it's going to be in minus the same way here. So it might be a bit hard to keep track when this is new to you, thinking in X and Y directions. But just remember, if you are trying to push anything from the center, you can think from the center. If you're going in to the right, then you are going to go to plus, and if you're going down, you're going to go to plus. Any other or the opposite direction is going to be minus. For the BL active, we're going to translate it to 10 view width, and we're going to translate it in Y direction to 7 view height. So this is going to be the bottom left section where we have our project portfolios. We are also going to translate this in the same way, minus 100 view width. We want to push it this way when it's hidden, and we want to push it actually down when it's hidden as well. So this is going to be a plus. As for the BR active, we want to push it in a minus direction when it is active, 0 when it's active, and we want to translate it to the plus 100 when it's hidden, and plus 100 here as well when it's hidden, because BR hidden is going to go to the right and to down. And that is it for the positions. So now, instead of writing this code when we are switching between them, because we're going to be doing that a lot, we can just use these variable names instead of remembering the different and kind of copy pasting this long form. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to define the corner that is open, because we need to keep track of which corner, if we go on the finished portfolio, which corner is open at which time. That's how we decide. Now we are defining that this top left corner is open. So when it's open, we know that we're going to play a certain animation here. I'm going to open it full screen to let you see. We need to keep track of it because here we are playing from this start position. When we open top left, we're playing the forward version of the top left animation. And we're keeping track of which corner is open because we want to know which animation to play in reverse when we click, let's say, close here, or when we click another section. Because the thing that's happening here is we're playing top left animation forwards, and then when I click experience, we're going to play top left animation in reverse before we play top right animation. So look if you can see that in action. Top left reverse before we go top right forwards. And now if I go back to top left, we're going to go reverse top left animation before we go forwards in the top left animation. It's going to make more and more sense as we write this code, but I want to fully explain to you why we are doing certain things that we're doing. I think that's going to make more sense in the long run. So that is the reason why we're going to create this active corner variable, and we're going to set it to just an empty string, because at the start, by default, there is no active corner. Next thing we're going to do is we are going to add an event listener to the window object to listen for resize events. That is probably not how you write resize. So here we're going to listen in the window. So the whole window, we're going to listen to this. We're going to listen to when the window is getting resized, which is this. And what we want to happen when that happens, we're going to add an event listener. Let's just write it out first. Resize, that's an inbuilt function. So when you can Google add event listener, and you're going to get a lot of keywords here that are already inbuilt that you can listen to. Click, resize, hover, all sorts of things. So when the window is being resized, we want to call a function. We haven't made that function yet, but we're going to just call it here first. Handle window resize. Now we're going to create that function. And that function, what does it do? Well, it's a function that handles the styling when resizing window. What does that mean? Well, when we look at this finished product here, we see, let me just open it full screen. When I have it open like this, and I'm changing the size of the screen, you see what's happening here? The box and the layout is changing based on the size of the screen. So it's changing from this window where there's no background layout here. We see the face in the middle, and we have the two boxes separated here. But at some point, I think, and you can see the pixels here, at some point beyond a certain view width, there we go, it seems to be 1100 pixels, we change to this layout. And that is what this function here, that is what this function here is going to handle, the handle window resize. It's going to handle the styling for each of these corners. For example, in the project corner here, we see that when we are below a certain size, 1100 pixels, it goes from being a little, project thing here in the bottom left corner to being centered instead. Because at some point, you're not going to have enough space here to also see the head and the projects. So that's the layout we're going for here, so that we can kind of decrease smoothly to the mobile view. So we're going to define the function. We're not going to create the functionality for them yet, but we're just going to call it here, like define that it exists, and here some code. Okay, so we're going to write that later, because we're going to start with the top left corner and write the functionality for that first, because that's the element that we have that currently exists. The next thing we're going to create is we're going to create another variable that is going to store the last reverse animation that is going to be ready to be played. And we're going to call that let last reverse animation. And we're going to also just set that to an empty string. So what does this even mean? Well, as you remember when I was talking about the active corner, so when we click, let's go to the finished product. When we click this, you see that the animation has played the top left animation. We also want to keep track of the last reverse animation that we are playing, so that we know that we are basically finished with one section before we start the next one. When we start creating these functions to play the animations, it's going to make more sense. But here we are basically defining which animation did we play last, or to be more correct, which animation are we going to play next that we are going to store. Okay, so it's going to make more sense once we start creating these functions. Next function we're going to define is going to be the play, let's say play animation function. That is the simple function we play when we are clicking on a button. So we're going to play the forward animation, and we're going to store the info to play the reverse animation. This function is going to be called play animation, and we're going to take two values here. And we're gonna take two parameters here, one called animation and the other one called reverse animation. So when we call this function, we have to give it some values. We have to actually give it two values, animation and reverse animation. And then this function is going to decide, do something with these values inside of its code. So every corner has, we're going to create that, every corner has some forward animation and a reverse animation. And when we play this function on each corner, it's going to behave differently because it's going to have different input. And let's copy this whole function. We're going to copy it down. We're going to also have a play closing animation. And here we're just going to create, or we're just going to take the reverse animation. Then finally, we are going to have a last section of functions that is going to handle the on click for each corner. And it's going to create a function. When we click on the top left button, this function is going to run. And inside here, we're going to decide the animation and the reverse animation for the top left. If all of this is a bit confusing at the moment, don't worry, we're going to go through each function, but I kind of wanted to lay out how all of this is going to work and what we are going to be using to make it work before we kind of go into and delve into the details. So this is going to handle the on click corner button functions. Inside the top left button on click, we want to have an if statement. So if the corner, active corner, oh, have we misspelled it? We have indeed. We want to keep track of that. There we go. If the active corner equals top left, then we want to play something. What is the thing we're going to play? Well, we're going to play the animation. Sorry, we're going to play the closing animation. Because what is actually happening here? If the active corner, by default, it's empty. And if the active corner is top left, it means that we are in this position. I've clicked top left, and when I click it, we're going to create a function that renames this active corner to top left or bottom right, if that's the one we clicked. And if that's the case, if we click it again, the same corner, that's this part. If active corner equals top left, it means we've already clicked it one time before. And then we want to be able to play the closing animation on the same corner. So that is what we are creating with this line here. It might feel counterintuitive to start in this end, but if you think about it logically, we need to keep track if we have already clicked it first, because then we need to check that if it's already open, we need to play the reverse function and not start playing the forwards function regardless and then check if we've been opening it before. If we haven't clicked it first, we want to create the functionality to play the forwards animation. So else, we're going to have some other code here. So inside of this else statement, we are going to start by setting the active corner. And the active corner, if we click on the top left, is gonna be, of course, top left. And we're gonna just save that as a string. Doesn't matter, you could have saved it as 1, 2, 3, 4, but this is usually, you want to keep it explicit, you want to know what you are doing. So the active corner equals top left. And if we look at what we want it to look like in the finished product, when we click on this button, we see that we have an arrow that pops up. This is an HTML arrow, as we can see. Let's see, did we add that? No, we of course haven't added that because we're adding that in the JavaScript only. So it's basically some HTML code that we are adding on in this button and removing it again when we click out of it. And that's the case for every section. You see, it gets this arrow. So that's what we're gonna add now when this statement is true, when active corner equals top left. So how do we do that? Well, we're gonna target the TL button. We're gonna target the inner HTML, which is a way to set the HTML of the top left button, which is, if we backtrack, TL button is query selector grid TL button. And if we go into our JavaScript, in our HTML, sorry, it's this part. So what we are setting with the dot inner HTML is this section. Everything between this arrow and this arrow. So inside here. So we are overriding what is already here. So what do we want to override there? Well, we want to keep the, let's put our quotes, we want to keep our about. We don't want to remove it, but we are going to add the arrow. And the way we do that, every character in English and other languages as well has a code, an HTML code. And for this top arrow, it is the symbol of and, UARR, and then colon, semicolon. And then, so that's the symbol for the arrow, this part. And then we want, if you remember, we want to add a break here. And we write that like this. So what's going to happen here, you can see in the finished product, is we're going to put the arrow, then we're going to break, new line, about. Let's just remove these spaces to be sure. So let's go back to the project we're working on. Now we are going to be calling, after this, we are going to be calling the handle window resize function, because we want to be able to handle when we are inside of the active view. We want to be able to handle the resizing of the section that is displayed. We don't really care how they are styled when they're hidden anyways, so we don't really care that they're not visible. At this point, we want to be running the handle window resize, which is why we are starting it here. Next thing we want to do is play animation. And then we want to add, if you remember here, we have to give it two parameters. And for those parameters, we're going to give it these values. We're going to give it animate, top, left, and we're going to give it animate, let's see, reverse, animate, top, left. What these are actually classes that we are going to build in our style sheet. So within our, if you remember, let's see here, within our animation CSS, we have created this hover effect. We are in the similar vein going to create effects or animations that are called animate top left and reverse animate top left. And we're going to be calling them, we're going to use them as values for our play animation function. So we're going to finish this JavaScript code first, and then we're going to move on to create these forwards and backwards animations. So after our play animation, we've called it, we want to now change background colors. How do we do that? Well, we're just going to target tr button. We're going to go into the style property, style. We're going to go to the background. Remember, that's how you give styling to elements within JavaScript, and then we're gonna equals that to, remember, we've already defined that, BG color, background color. So instead of typing it out in CSS format within quotes, we're just gonna give it the variable name instead. So BG color. And this is gonna come in handy right now, because now we're gonna just copy it by Shift Alt and down 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And we are just gonna rename these buttons. So instead of top right, it's gonna be bottom right, it's gonna be bottom left, and it's gonna be top left. And then we are gonna have BG color alt for the top left section, because this one is gonna look different than the other ones. As we can see in our finished result, when it's active, it's gonna have a different color, and this changes back to its default color when it's hidden. If we change it to dark mode, we see it's the same case. It changes to a different color when it's active. The next thing we are gonna change when we click on the top left button is we are gonna change text colors. We're gonna copy this section here, paste it right here, and we're gonna call TL button style, instead of background, we're gonna say color. And we are gonna give it, let's do that on all of them, color. And for the TL, we are gonna give it a text color alt. And these other ones are just gonna have text color. So top left is the one that we are giving the alt color to. That is correct, because that's the one that we are clicking on. And again, we're gonna copy this down here. We are gonna say, in the next one, we're gonna change, not the text color, but we're gonna change the positions of the corner content. So it's not a button here, it is the content, again, which we have predefined up here. So instead of the style color, it's gonna be the transform. Let's actually target all of that, all of them, transform. And then here, we are gonna give it the position of TL hidden. And we're gonna copy this and paste it in here. Hidden for everyone apart from top left, which is of course gonna be TL active. This we're gonna call TR hidden, BR hidden, and BL hidden. So they match. So bottom left should have the bottom left hidden position that we had defined up here. Which makes sense. If one corner is active, then the other ones should not be visible. They should be hidden. And that is all to the onClick function. All the other functions are behaving in the similar way. So we're just going to create them right now, because it's basically just copy pasting this exact function and changing the variable names a bit. So let's do that right now. Let's copy the TL button, and we're gonna change it into the top right button. So what is the difference here? Well, obviously we want to change the name here, TR. Now it's gonna be the onClick. It's not gonna be top left, it's gonna be top right. We're gonna create in this playClosingAnimation. I see I probably forgot, yeah, I did forget to give the closing animation. You see, it also requires, to function, it requires that you give it a value. So we're going to give it the reverse, since we're on top left now, we're going to give it the reverse animate top left, like so. let's add that before we continue. So in the top right button now that we have started create, we're going to give it the reverse animate top right. Remember, these are classes, animation classes we haven't, or names for animations we haven't made yet. We're going to get to that. Then we are going to set the active corner to be top right. We are going to set the TL here instead to TR inner HTML. It's going to be the same exact arrow because it's still an up arrow. If you notice on the bottom sections, it's going to be a down arrow, so we're just going to change that code later. But for here, we're going to change that. We're going to change this about to experience instead, because when we click this corner, we don't want it to change from experience to about in the inner HTML. We're going to call the handle window resize as well here. We're going to call the play animation as well. We're just going to change it from left to right. Then these mostly stay the same. It's not going to be the top left that is active. It's going to be BG color. Now it's going to be top right that is going to have the BG color alt. Same thing here. Instead of top left, it's going to be top right. Let's see. There was a little spelling mistake there. And here is going to be top right content, TR active, and then TL is going to stay hidden. It's going to have its hidden position. And I see that I also forgot to here, before we are setting the active corner, we want to also set, because here we are setting inner HTML of the TR button. So when we click here on the TR button, we are adding this arrow, but at no point are we removing the arrow. So without an additional function that we're going to add here, or functionality, this arrow will just stay there. But what we're going to do is we are going to remove by default the arrows. So if it's not active, the arrow is going to be removed on all the other sections. So for TR button, we're going to put this as the inner HTML. But if TR is not active, it means that all the other ones are hidden. So we're going to target them. TL button, inner HTML equals about. We're going to copy paste that 2 times. The other 2 are BL and BR. So BL is going to say projects, and bottom right is going to say contact, and capital A here. We're going to copy this up to the previous top left button on click to also do that here. Instead of the top left, it's going to be the top right, and it's going to say experience. Now we have covered that there's only one arrow showing, and it's going to be for the one that is active. Now we are going to copy this code, Shift Alt down. We're going to move on to the bottom left button. So you see it's a bit of a repetitive process. This code could have been rewritten in a way as to not have to have so much rewriting, so much kind of redundancies. And I did do that initially, but then I felt it did make the code more complex, more layered, and I felt it would have been harder to understand as a beginner what is going on. So although there's a lot of, as you can see, there's a lot of double up code here, there's a lot of like repetition, which is usually not how you would want to write efficient code. I do think that it's more explicit and easier to understand what is going on. So you'll have to excuse that was a design choice I made in order to be more clear about what's going on. So that's why we're copy pasting so much the code here. In the bottom left corner here, we are gonna change this to bottom and left. We're gonna play the reverse animate bottom left. We're actually just gonna target this. Let's see, could have done that. Top right, Control D, change that to bottom left. Then we are gonna change this to, instead of, let's see, bottom left projects, we're gonna change that to experience, and that's gonna be top right, if I'm not mistaken. Active corner, bottom left, here, BL, and then it's gonna be projects, then handle window resize stays the same. This we've already changed. Here, the alt is gonna be not on the top right, but the bottom left alt. And then the top right here is gonna be color, and the bottom left is gonna be, what do we call it again? Alt, yeah. And then again here, hidden for the top right and active for the bottom left. I'm expecting with so much code being written without testing it that we are gonna run into some errors, but we'll handle them when that arises. Last button we are gonna create is the bottom right. We are gonna target this bottom left keyword. We're gonna target all of them by continuously clicking Control D, and we're gonna call it bottom right. This one is correct. Here, instead of, let's see, BR, it's gonna be bottom left, projects. It's gonna be bottom right here, and it's gonna be contact. And then we want to animate bottom right, reverse animate bottom right, yes. We want to put the alt on the bottom right. We want to put the alt here as well on the bottom right. And we want to put the active on the bottom right. Hidden. Watch out for typos. Then we also want in the bottom right and the bottom left, we of course want to change the arrow like key. We also want to change where it sits. We don't want it to be on the top. We want it to be on the bottom. When we open it here, you see that the projects is first written, then we have a break, and then the arrow is underneath it, which is why we're moving around this code. And here the symbol is and, D, R, R, and semicolon. And then let's copy this up to our bottom left section. Let's see, remove that, paste that there. That should be good. Okay. So there we have all our on clicks. We can close them for now, save a bit of space. We know that they should at least, if they're working correctly, we've avoided too many spelling mistakes, they should be working. Now we can move on to creating the other functionality here. So what we need here is we need to create the play animation. So in this play animation function, we want to take the animation and the reverse animation that we're sending from each button here. We want to take that animation and we want to do something with it. We want to actually play them. So that's what we're going to do here. The first thing we want to do here is we want to check whether to play the reverse animation or the forward animation. So how do we do that? Well, we created this keyword here, last reverse animation, and by default it's empty. So what does that mean? Well, it means that we haven't clicked anything yet because there is no reverse animation. We haven't set it. So if last reverse animation is not empty, which it is by default, it means we have clicked something. And then, let's see, clicked something. Then we have to play the reverse animation. Reverse code here. But if it hasn't, if it is empty, we're going to add the else. Then we're going to play forward code here. So if last reverse animation is not empty, it means we've set it based on what animation we played. And if it is empty, we play this else. We play the forward code. So this is going to come into play the first time we click on a button and with the first time we come to the page. So let's start with the else first, because it's easier to visualize that we are clicking first and then we're setting everything the first time. So what's going to happen when we click top left, let's say? Well, then we are going to target the hero image, this one, and we are going to add the class list of, see, add. We're going to add the animation. That's this one that we are sending from every button. So we're calling that function here. We're sending it, in the case where we clicked on top left, we're sending it the top left animation through here, and we're using it here. So on this DOM element, which is only a representation of the HTML here, we're going to add the class. We're going to add basically a styling, an animation that is going to play because we just added it. So then it's going to play and look up to the left corner. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to set last reverse animation that was empty, but now we're going to set it to reverse animation, which is going to be, because we sent it in here from the top left button that we clicked, is going to be reverse animate top left now. Last reverse animation is going to be set to the top left reverse animation, ready to be used for when we either click out of the top left or when we click on another button from the top left active point. Now let's start with the code that is going to run if we have already clicked on a button, like here. So what we want to happen here is we want to close this whole section, and we want to run the reverse animation of this face. What we're going to start with is we're going to target the hero image here. We're going to go into its class list, and we're going to add the last reverse animation, which in this case, remember we set it here, it's going to remember that it's going to be the top left reverse animation. Then we are going to use something called set timeout. And we are going to create another function within this function that is going to basically play after a little period we added this. So it's going to give us a little short, about 200 milliseconds. It's going to allow for this class to be added before we start playing this one. So here we want to add to the hero image the class list, and we want to remove what we just added. Reverse last reverse animation. Because what is happening here is that if we click on, let's say, about first, and then we click on experience, we can't do that here on the mobile screen, but we can do that, let's see, how big, there we go. We can do that here. We want to first remove, we want to play first the reverse of top left. But then we want to remove that class on this hero image to not just start putting class on top of class. We want to remove this class before we play the top right animation class. And then we're going to set the current reverse animation to be the top right one. So that is what we are doing inside of here. So we're playing the first last reverse animation, which is top left. Then we're going to set the timeout to remove this last reverse animation. We're going to add to the class list the normal forwards animation before we set the last reverse animation to the new reverse animation. Let's get back to our project here and not the finished project. We're gonna now add this animation. We are done with this function. We need to add one more thing here in our play animation. We want to remove all the animation classes from hero image, class name, empty string. This basically takes, before we play a new animation, we are removing all classes from this image, so that any animation that already exists is removed, and we're kind of starting from scratch when we are running this code. That is it for the play animation. Now let's create this animation itself with the different frames for the animation for the top left corner to actually test all of these functions and see if it works, because now we've been writing a lot of code without testing it. So over in our animation CSS file, we're gonna comment here, animate top left. Then we are gonna target the animate top left class that we are adding right in our top left here. So it doesn't exist yet from the get-go. We are first adding it here. Then we are gonna give it the animation name, top left, and then we are gonna create the reverse animate top left, and we are gonna give it the animation name of reverse top left. Easy peasy. Now we are gonna create keyframes for these as well. We're gonna call it by its name here, top left, and we are gonna define what this animation does. So in a similar way that we did here the hover effect, if you remember that, this is the starting point, 0. This is 50% into the animation, and this is 100% into the animation. If you look at the pictures we have here, BL1 is the starting point, BL2 is a bit to like the left and top, and then actually we are on bottom left, let's see top left, there we go. that's the starting point, and then it's just images that give off the frame when played together that is moving. But it's just 5 separate frames. So we want to have 5 points here instead of 3. So if we split that up, that's going to be 0, 25, 50. Let's copy this. There we go. Next one is going to be 75 and then 100, not 1,000. And then we're not going to be transforming here. Instead, we are going to be setting the background image to a variable. And this is where we are going to be using all the variable names that we made in the start. So the first one is going to be top left 1. Now we can copy this. We can target, let's see, target these ones. Go over here. Remove these. And paste in. Didn't quite work, but almost. There we go. And we can write this one to 2. This one is going to be 3, 4, and 5. So at 0, top left 1, that's this image. And it's going to change between these images all the way up to its finishing point. Now we're going to create the reverse of this. So we're going to Shift Alt down. We're going to call it reverse top left, because that's the name we decided to give it here. And instead of going from 1 to 5, it's simply going to go to 5 and to 1. 3, 2, 1. And that is all for shifting between the animation images. We are going to add some general animation settings. And we are going to target all the different animations we're going to be creating. Reverse. There we go. And we're going to give them an animate, because they're all going to play the same exact way. We're going to give them an animation fill mode, which is how we want them to play. We want them to play forwards. Like that, from this one to this one. Then we want them to have a duration of 0.2 seconds. Next thing, we want them to have an animation iteration count. We just want them to be played once. And then, compared to the hover effect, that is playing indefinitely. We want it to have, let's see, animation timing function, ease in and out. For it to start slow, speed up, and then slow down again, to give it more of a lively effect. We are going to include the other animations here later, but let's see now if it works here. Let's see. No, it does not. Let's see what is wrong. Inspect that. Probably a lot of errors here. Nothing is happening. What did we forget? So after a little coffee break, I figured out what was wrong. And number 1 is that we need to restart our live server. And number 2 is, of course, that we have defined a lot of objects here that, that don't exist yet. So let's comment out everything that has not to do with top left corner and everything that still doesn't exist. So first of all, let's do like this, and then Control C, and then let's close this as well. Then let's bring back T top left, top left, top left. leave the projects hidden. And this can all stay, this can all stay. We're gonna hide window event listener. We're gonna hide handle window resize because we haven't made it yet. We are gonna keep this as is. We are gonna hide this one. We haven't made this function yet. We are gonna hide these. Click closing. We are gonna hide all of these that are not active, aka not the top left. And we're gonna hide these three on-click functions. And then we are gonna restart our live server, because that's sometimes, when we are doing big changes like this, sometimes it doesn't take effect until we restart it. So let's see now if that does the trick. Let's inspect and go to the console in case we get some errors. As we did, well, we see that the animation has worked, and also the color change here. Let's reload that. So the animation is working. It's playing, as we can see. We have no way of unplaying it because we don't have the reverse one yet. But the animation is working forward. So that's what we wanted. That's everything we've done yet. We are getting an error here. So let's see what that is. So a way to read error messages is you're always going to get a clue to where it's at. So animation.js, that's this file, on line 110. So if we go down to 110, we see that this is the thing that is creating the error, TL. So let's check for spelling mistakes, content, looks, style, properties of null, reading style. So it seems to be TL. Okay, so this part seems correct because if we're comparing here, it's the same way. Let's check out TL active, and that's the part we have defined up here. TL active, there we go. Not here. So what are we, let's see. We are changing the TL content, the style of the TL content. So we're also defining TL content up top. Pretty select grid TL. Aha. Here we go. As we can see, it's a capital C here. I don't think that's how we called it in the, shouldn't have at least, in the HTML. We see here, top, left, TL, content. Yeah, it's lowercase. So that's probably why. If we save now, and we click, the error is gone, and we see that we have our animation and our content actually coming out from the corner as intended. So we can't click it back. We haven't made that yet, but the functionality that we have made so far is working without errors. So I see also that we did that for the rest of them. So let's just change these capital C's to lowercase c's, and hopefully we won't have any more problems with that. So now that we know that the functionality works so far, let's move on and create these additional functions and the reverse function so that we can actually open and close our top left button. Let's uncomment this one. That's the only thing we need to do here. We need to create the handle window resize function. So that's this one here. So let's remove this part. Inside of here, we're gonna have something that is called a switch statement. So I'm gonna write it out and explain how that works. So we are basically asking in this function the value of this active corner. And we're going to give it several cases. The first one being if active corner equals top left. Then we are going to run some code. So that's number one case. But then we can have a different case. So case top right. Then we're going to run some other code. Instead of writing a lot of if else, or if and then else, you can use switch cases when you have something very specific you are comparing. We know that the active corner is always going to be one out of four possible cases. So we make the four cases that we are comparing between. So from top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And then after each case, it's important to always have something that is called a break. And that is basically saying that we only want to run one case, because the way the switch statement is made is that it will just keep running case by case. And there might be a scenario where one case or several cases equate to true. And that's why we only want one to be running. So if this one is running, then we want to break out of this whole switch case and stop the code. We don't want several of them to run at the same time. And that's just how you write switch statements. So we are going to add a break to all of them. And then inside of the top left case, we are going to add an if statement. If window inner width is smaller or equals to 1100 pixels, then we want to run some code. Else, we want to run some other code. So this might be getting complicated if you've never seen this before. So we're basically nesting an if statement within a case, which you can consider is another if statement. So it's a double if statement. First, we're checking if this is true. Then we are going down a layer and checking if this is true or this is true. But we're not getting down here if the case of top right is true. The reason we are doing this is because we want to be handling each corner individually and how they are styled based on how wide the screen is. So top left is going to have a different styling added to it when the window inner width is smaller versus top right. So that's why we want to check individually which one is true at any time. Here we are going to say that when the window is smaller than 1100 pixels, thereby creating the mobile screen, we want it to be TL active. We want to replace the value. Let's just bring it from the top here. We want to copy paste this and put it there. So that's the normal state, 5 view width and then 0. But when it's active, we want to write 0 here as well. And that's simply because it's going to look better on the mobile screen. We are fighting for extra space there, and we want to take advantage of as much space as we can. We're also going to add a lot more other styling to the mobile section in order to create this effect where on the mobile you have this nice background layout. It is a bit transparent so you can see through it. And you have now, if we go full screen, you can see the difference. So here our top left content is kind of freely spaced right by the edge here. But when we decrease the size, it's going to come to the center. It's going to shift its position to center. We're going to use Flexbox for that. And we're also going to add this layover effect. And we're also just going to position it using height and width. So let's get back to ours. There we go. So next thing we're going to target is TL content. We're going to target style, width. We're going to give it 100 view width. Then we're going to copy that down. We're going to give the height 100 view height. So that's what this means, is now instead of the box being kind of the size of the container here, it's going to go all the way around and cover the entire screen. And that's the part where we're going to create this background effect. Next thing, we are going to copy this down. We're going to say from the top, we want it to be 0. We want to copy again. We want the display to be flex. We're going to copy this a bit because we are setting a lot of different styling on the TL content. This one we want to call align items to the center. We want to justify content also to the center. We want to add a background of, I'm going to create a new one here, variable, or it is a variable we have created, but we're going to reference it here, bg transparent. Then we are going to add a z index. Remember to capitalize every other word, or every word apart from the first one. We're going to give that a value of 200. And then we are going to add to the TL button style z index of 300, so that our button is always in front of our content. As we can see here, the button is always in front of the content. But since now we are also wanting the background here, the content, to be in front of the rest of the page, that's why we are giving it a z-index of 200. But we then have to give a higher z-index to the button. We are going to add the other buttons here as well, although we're going to comment them out, but it's just so we remember to have them for later. So we're going to comment them out here, because otherwise we might get some errors. TR, BL, BR. They are getting a lower z-index in case they were already active. Then we can move over to the else statement. Here we're gonna target the TL active again. Actually, I'm just gonna copy this whole block here. We're gonna paste it into the else statement. So if the window inner width is smaller than 1100, this is true. Else, on the desktop version, this is gonna be true. So we're styling based on desktop here and mobile here. Here we're gonna add the 5 view width, that was the standard, and 0 here we're keeping. We are gonna add a style transform here. That is gonna be the same. We are gonna give the width from 100 to a 30, because we don't want it to cover the entire space of the desktop. The height is gonna be 0, and the top is gonna be 10 view height, And we're going to change the display from flex to block, which is the standard. So let's check how this looks. Looking good. And then when we are resizing, we see that we are getting that effect. We are getting the background. Something is a bit wrong here, but we're going to fix that. So we see that when we go below 1100, we see that it switches to the mobile view. Now things are centered, they are flexed to the middle, and then when we go above 1100, it pops back. And this is because of this handle window resize that is now always being listened to and being called. And then the top left is the one that is active. So this is now accurately running. We do have some space here that we're going to see how to remove. So one error I am seeing is that the Z index here is wrong, but that shouldn't normally be that. Let's see. Oh no, okay. I guess no, we still have a little corner here. So it might be something with this part. No, because it's in the mobile view, so it must be here. Ah, we forgot to add our transform here. There we go. TL content style transform. We want this to be 0, of course, because otherwise we have this 5 view width space here. So we want it to be 0 on both. Let's save and resize the window. You can notice that if I don't start resizing the window, it just shows up as the desktop view. That is basically correctly running because we haven't fully added the functionality for the, let's say, play closing animation. When we add that, this is gonna be able to also resize from the get-go because we're gonna be calling handle window resize immediately. But until we get there, it's only gonna start when we start resizing the window. But as we can see, it seems to be working well. If we make it a desktop view, it looks to be working well. Let's refresh, check a bit more. Animation is playing, it's popping up on the desktop view, and then we decrease it. It goes into the center and follows all the way to the mobile. Okay, cool. Then let's get back to our view here. Let's close that. Now let's create that reverse animation. So we want to be adding some code here. We want to first target the button and the inner HTML, and we want to set it to about. We're going to target all the 4 buttons here, because when we are closing, it means we are closing all the corners, and we want to remove the arrow. We want to remove this arrow from all the corners, regardless of which corner we are closing. So TL is going to be about. Top right is going to be experience. So capital about. Bottom left is going to be projects, and bottom right is going to be contact. Bottom left, bottom right. We are also going to comment them out for now because we have not defined them yet in the HTML. Let's close our onClick so we can see a bit more clearly what's going on. So inside of our closing animation, we want to have a switch case here as well, active corner, and we want to check one case, top left. What do we want to do then? Well, we want to target the top left button, the style, the background. We want to give it a background color based on our variable defined. We then want to copy paste this twice. The color, we want to give text color, basically switching back when we click here, we're changing the colors here. We're making it white for the text and dark for the button background, and we want to just switch it back to what it was. Furthermore, for the top left content, we want to transform to top left hidden. And then we want to add our break. One thing we forgot is when we are done with all our cases, let's see, 2, 3, 4, top right, bottom left, bottom right. After we are done with all our cases, we want to also have a default. It's good to add this in case all of these cases don't work. Then the default case is going to run by default, as the name suggests. We don't actually need to put anything in here, but it's good to have in case all of the other functions don't run and it kind of gets stuck somewhere. Let's add that as well up here. A default word. There we go. We can comment out all the other cases until we use them. And we're going to go further down into this function, into the playClosingAnimation. And just above our closing bracket, we want to target the hero image. We want to go into the class name. And we want to set it to empty. And then we want to target last reverse animation, set that to empty as well. Because remember here we are playing the closing animation, so we kind of want to wipe everything, all these variables, so that we're starting from a clean slate again. Then we want to target the active corner, and we want to make that empty as well. Then we can add to the hero image reverse animation. So here we are removing everything that exists before we are adding on a new reverse animation. Then we are setting a timeout again. We are adding a function within it that is going to play after a certain amount of time. And we are going to target the hero image, class list. We are going to remove the reverse animation. What have we done here? We don't need that. Let's see. Reverse animation, there we go. And we want to set that to 200 milliseconds. And save. So now this should work. Let's see. We click it. We click it again and it does not work. Why is that? Let's inspect. We are getting no error message. Let's see. Okay, so we are opening correctly. it is working. I think probably we have commented out. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Let's uncomment the play closing animation. Let's uncomment the handle window resize. And there we go. I think that should be that. Let's see. Ah, perfect. Now we have our working top left animation. As we can see, it's opening up our content. It is playing our forward animation. It is showing our arrow. It is changing the colors of the button. And when we close it, it changes it back, removes the arrow, pushes the content up, and plays the reverse animation. So everything is working as intended. Pretty cool. Let's see, does our black and white mode work? It does. Is the content correctly formatted? It seems to be. So that is pretty cool and really useful way to learn animations, in my opinion. It is a bit of a long code, to say the least, but I think it's very explicit, and at the very least, by writing so much over and over again, I think you really get the gist of what's going on here. We are simply altering certain elements' style properties, and we are adding or removing classes that have animation in them. And now that we have finished one section, we're basically just gonna have to copy paste and create each new section as we create the HTML elements, but the hard stuff is done, and we're just gonna have to like tweak a couple of the names and not a lot more functionality to add within the functions. They all kind of work as intended. We just need to add the extra code. Let's go back to our HTML and create the top right section. So we can close this top left section. We're gonna target the whole thing, hold Shift Alt down to copy paste it. And then we're gonna close it again. There we go. And we see that we have made the exact copy. And we are gonna rename it, of course, top right. We are gonna target everything that says TL. Let's see, it was just these two. And we're gonna call it TR. We are gonna keep the cards here. We are gonna add another class called experience that we're gonna create. So as you can see, we're already getting use for the elements that we've already created. They're gonna have some of the similar styling. We don't have to write double up now. We're gonna reuse a lot of the styling and JavaScript that we've been writing so far. Here in the article, we are gonna give it a class of experience. Experience underscore skill. And this div over it, we are actually gonna remove. So cards content we don't need. So let's see there, this one and this one. Remove that. Same with this whole section. Let's see, article. We are closing that article. We can just remove everything else under the article. We don't need that. We also, I believe we do not need this part. So we're gonna delete that. Save. So now we just have our article. Let's open it up again. We are gonna add an H2 here. We are gonna call it front end development. What we are building now is this section here. We are reusing the article element, as you can see. It looks similar to this, but we're going to tweak the inside. Let's also rename this TR button to experience. There we go. That's looking better. We are going to give this image, we're going to put it inside of a div. So let's copy paste it, cut it out, and put it in here. We are then going to give it a source of icons and then not experience, but check mark. There we go. We are going to call it check mark icon. The class stays an icon. And then we are going to also actually, let's delete this, create another div, and inside this div we're going to have an h2, it's going to say HTML, and then we're going to have a paragraph under there, say experienced. So this is where you write your level of experience in each skill. So this is the image, then it's the h2, and then it's the p tag. So let's go into our style sheet, and before we create all the other skills, that's just about copy pasting really, we are going to go into our style sheet and see how it looks when we give it the proper styling. First, we're going to move this up. I see that I made a mistake because it is supposed to be inside of this div. That looks better. So opening our style sheet, let's scroll down. We've finished with our top left corner. Now we are gonna go and create our top right corner. We're gonna target our grid, top right button. We are gonna give it a top of minus 11.5 rem. We are gonna give it a right of minus 11.5 rem to move it out of the way. As you can see, we already have a nice formatting, pretty close to the finished result of our HTML skill. We're going to transform it to turn it around or rotate it. I'm going to use the rotate, 45 degrees, and then we go. So we see we've already made most of the styling, most of the functionality, so now it's really much faster to create the other sections. We're going to target grid, tr, content next. We're going to give it a width of 30 view width. We're going to give it a top of 10 view height. We are going to give it a right of 0, and we are going to give it a transform property of translate in the X direction of 100 view width, and then we are going to give it a translate in the Y direction of minus 100 view height. We're just going to comment that out for the moment so we can see the styling, but normally it's resting up here, hidden from the view. Then we're going to target experience, and we are going to display flex. Then we're going to give it a flex wrap. Actually, let me explain why we're adding that. So in the finished product here, you can see that we have two sections. We have front-end development and we have back-end development. And when we have a large enough screen, let's see if I can zoom out to depict that. When we have a large enough screen, it's actually side by side. But on my screen, it's a smaller screen, so it's actually flexing, it's wrapping one element under the other. And that's what this flex wrap does. When the screen decreases to such a size that they can't both fit horizontally, one goes under the other. But here we haven't created our second element, so I wanted to just explain why we are adding this flex wrap. So flex wrap, we want it to wrap. And then we want to justify content to the center. And we want to give it a gap between this front-end development and the back-end development box. We want to give it a gap between them of 2 rem. Next thing is inside of experience, the skills there. We want to display flex. We want to add flex direction column. We want to add padding of 1.2 rem. So these are the between the individual skills. Let's actually comment this out and add one more skill in our HTML. We're just gonna copy paste this entire div, Shift Alt down. There we go. So we can see at least 2. Call this one CSS. Oh, CSS. Go back to our style sheet. And then let's see, uncomment this. Sometimes that doesn't work. There we go. And we're gonna add a margin of 0. We're gonna add a gap of 0.2 rem. And we're gonna add width of fit content. So we are starting to get there. Next, we're gonna target experience skill, and then the div inside there. We're gonna display that to flex as well. So we see that now they have moved to be next to each other. We're gonna align the items to the center to align them horizontally or vertically. We're going to give them a width of 13.5 rem. Next, we are going to target experience, skill, div, and then the image, which is the check mark. We're going to give the check mark a padding of 0. We're going to give it a margin right of 0.5 rem. We're going to copy this code down. And then we are going to target not the image, but the H2. And we are going to say text align to the left. Copy it one more time. And we are targeting our paragraph elements. And we are going to say padding of 0, and that removes that extra space between, or like that makes them be on a similar line. Copy again. We want to target the H2, and then we're going to target this, copy and paste, and then the P. Together we want to give them a font size of 0.8 rem. Make it a bit smaller and fit to the screen better. And then we're going to target this one. We're going to copy that, put it there. Experience, skill, div, and then the last div inside there. We are going to justify content. We're going to say space between, so that this div and this div, they're going to have some spacing between them and they're going to be equal. And that is so that despite however long this word is, or this word, they're gonna have the same spacing between them. And that is all for our top right styling. So let's just create the bottom left corner here so we know that we are finished. There we go. Let us also uncomment this part so that this is hidden by default. Oh, what happened here? That is not supposed to happen. I might have forgotten to add, let's see, in their grid. Yeah. Okay, so here we want to set in the grid layout, we want to set overflow to hidden, so that any element that is outside of the grid is going to be hidden and it's going to be cut off. So it's not going to expand the view width of the screen here. And then we avoid getting that scroll bar. So we just forgot to add that. Or I did, I'm not going to blame you. Now, let's get back to our animation view here, our animation file. Let's decrease the size of this screen. So back in our animation.js file, we're gonna uncomment everything that has to do with the top right corner. And there we go, the 3 here. We're gonna scroll down. We are gonna uncomment this section, top right button, because now it exists. We are gonna add the code for the top right here. So for our top right, we can copy paste the case for the top left, including the break. We're gonna put it in here, and then we're gonna say top right. Give a bit of space here so we see what's going on, which part is which. There we go. And then we are gonna keep this the same. We're gonna say not top left. We're gonna target all of these. We're gonna say top right. And then we are gonna change this one to top left, which we are setting to 100. We are gonna check, let's see, translate. They're gonna be at 0. That is correct. We are gonna set this one to 0 as well. 100 view height, 100 view width, yes. 0 and flex, center, BG transparent, 200 and 300 for the top right. Okay, so all of this is correct. So it's faster once you've done it once already. And then this one we're just going to change from 5 to -5. And same here, -5. This all stays the same. We save that. Now we can move down to the play closing animation. We can uncomment the top right. And we are going to add the case for the top right here as well. So let's uncomment it. And we are going to have BG color, text color, and TR hidden. And these are obviously going to be TR. And there we go with this one. We are going to scroll down to the top left button on click. We're going to uncomment the top right. We are going to uncomment everything with top right. There we go. We are going to uncomment the whole top right button on click. That didn't quite work. There we go. Let's comment back these other two. And we're going to comment out these two. So it's a bit of commenting back and forth. Sorry about that. It's just, I would rather we do that and we know that we have all the elements that we need. instead of like creating all the HTML elements first, and then it's going to be a mess on the screen, and it would have been, in my opinion, more messy to do it that way, and then having to go and add all of these one by one each time. So let's check. Top right, top right, let's see, top left. Yes, that's correct. This is correct. Top right, it looks to be correct. Let's see. How is it functioning? Oh, perfect. There we go. It's working as intended. We have our About section working. We have our Experience section working. The arrow is showing up. It's disappearing again. It's changing colors. Let's see with the other light mode. Seems to be working here as well. Perfect. Second time around, always better. Now let's add the animation. As we can see here, it's not playing because we haven't created it yet. So, we also have a bug here. This is not supposed to be happening when we are on the desktop. We are not supposed to have this formatting. So let's see what's going wrong here. That's supposed to be in the handle window resize. So let us see what is, of course, we forgot to change the name from TL to TR. Let's do that, and then let's see what happens here. Perfect. Then we have the desktop layout, and then when we decrease the screen size, the mobile layout. Now let's create the animations. By going into our animation CSS, we are going to copy this first line. We're going to add a comma between them, and we're going to say animate top right, right, and top right, like so. And then we are going to copy this whole section. I told you it was going to be easier when we did it the next time. And we're just going to say animate top right, animate top right, reverse animate top right. Also remember to change these, left, left, right, right. And then we're going to target the TLs. Let's see, there we go. And we're going to call them TR instead. So now the animations should be working. Let's see. And they are. Full screen this so we can see it better. Playing, and in reverse, playing. So when we go to the left, now it's played the left animation. It's going to play the reverse of the left, forward of the experience. And that works. Pretty cool. Awesome. So let's close this. Let's add the rest of our skills actually, because we haven't added them yet. So let's go to our index.html. Let's copy paste these two. Shift Alt down, because we have 4 skills in each section. The next one we're going to be writing is JavaScript. We're going to say that we are intermediate, and then we're going to say that we also know some TypeScript, and that's going to be basic. Obviously here you put your own skills. That is looking good. Yeah, looking very good. So now let's close this article, and we're just gonna copy it, Shift Alt down, copy save, and now we see we just have to change the words here, and we're gonna have our second section already flex wrapped because it is in a mobile view. like we were talking about earlier. So in this second section, let's see, is it this one? I'm a bit lost here. This is the first one. Here's the second one. We want to call this backend. Our first one is gonna be post SQL with not a capital G. It's gonna be basic. We're gonna write Node.js here. That's gonna be intermediate. We're gonna write Express.js here, intermediate. We're gonna write Git, and that's gonna be experienced. And let's check. That is looking good. And we have the same width. They're basically, this one is to the right and this one is to the left, despite their varying word lengths. How is this looking on the desktop view? It is looking good. And if we decrease or had a bigger monitor, it would also look good and they would unwrap. So that is looking good. We are done with top right. Let's move on to the bottom left. Let's close this article. Let's actually just close the top right and create a new div with an ID of grid bottom left. Here we are going to create our projects, and we are going to have 3 of them, as we see in our finished portfolio. So we have our projects, we can click between them, and then we can go to a link to a live demo of it or to the GitHub repo we have of each project. Let's move back to our project. So inside of grid BL, we want to have another grid BL and BTN, similar to the others. We want to call this projects. And then under that, so it's cool. Now we don't have to create all of the styling. All of the 2 bottom corners basically have almost all of the styling needed. Next thing we're going to create is another div, grid BL content. You're getting used to this now. Save that. And inside of the content, we're going to create yet another div. It's going to be called grid BL content projects. Oh, that did not work. Let's see. Projects. There we go. Grid BL content projects. Correct. It is getting very meta here, very nested. And then inside here, we are going to have a div with a class of projects or project. And then it's also going to have a class of P1 for project 1. And then inside here, we're going to have an image. That image is going to have a source of assets. Then it's going to go to portfolio projects and project 1 dark.png. And here we're just going to say for the alt project 1. And then it's also, so we see it's already showing up, not very pretty, but we're going to fix that. It's also going to have a class of project _ image, and then also a class of project -1. Under the image, we are going to add an h2. Inside there, we're going to add a class. It's going to be called project title. And we're going to just name it project 1 here. You name it whatever you want. And then under the H2, we're going to create a button. To go to the links we have, we're going to give it a class of btn. And we are going to give it an on click. There we go. And it's going to be going to window, location, href, and then it's going to be equals, and then it's going to be these backticks. So it's not single quotes, it's backticks. And then it's going to be https dash, and then you put whatever link you want. You know, I'm just going to send it to netlify.com. And then when we click on this button that we can't see right now, we will be taken to this address. It's going to be called demo. Let's see if we can see it at all. No, it's behind the mess here somewhere. So before we add the other projects, let's style all of this so that we can see if everything is working and if our link is working as well. We go back to our style. We are in bottom left corner. We are gonna target our grid, BL, BTN. We are gonna say that it is at the bottom minus 11.5 rem, and it is from the left minus 11.5 rem as well. And then it is transformed, rotated 45 degrees. Getting there. Then we're going to target the grid, BL, content, and we're going to say that the width of it is 15 rem. We're going to say that the bottom is 15 view height. We're going to say that the left is 0. There we go, our demo is showing. And we're going to transform it. Transform. And we're going to translate in the X direction minus 100 view width. And in the Y direction minus 100 view height. Actually, that's going to be a plus because it's going to go down. The image is huge now, but we're going to fix that now. We're going to target project, image, and we are going to say that its width is 100%. And then we are going to say that the project title, also the width is 100% of the container of the image, so of project. That's why it got smaller. Project title, we are going to say has a width of 100%. Let's remove this one or comment it out so we can see the image. So this is what I was meaning. Width, when you set it to 100%, it's going to be the width of the project container that is around the image. So the image is taking 100% of its parent element. So now for the project title, it is gonna have a margin of 0. It's gonna have a padding of 0.3 rem in the top and bottom and left and right 0. It's got a font size of 1 rem. We are not seeing it yet. It is white, but we can see it here. Are not seeing the project title because we forgot to actually style the project. I forgot. I keep blaming it on you, but I was the one who forgot it. Project is supposed to have a width of 100% of its parent element. It's supposed to be flex wrap. It is gonna have a border radius to make it a bit round of 2 rem. It's gonna have an overflow of hidden so that the image is also gonna get its radius, like so. we're gonna have a margin of auto, and then 0.5 rem. And then we are gonna have a border of variable, and then we're gonna choose the border variable, and we're gonna give it a background so we can see the text of variable, and then choose the BG, let's see, BG alt. There we go, starting to look more like the finished project. Then we are gonna style the button next. The buttons overall on the page are gonna have a background of variable button btn, and then they're gonna have a color variable of btn text, and then they're gonna have a border of none, make it a bit more modern, border radius of 1 rem, padding of 0.5 rem. Then we are gonna choose the btn class that we made, border radius of 0. We're gonna give it a height of 3 rem. We are gonna give it a flex basis of 50%, because we're gonna have 2 buttons here, each taking 50% of the width. And we are gonna give them a font weight to make them a bit thicker of 600. Make them look a bit more like buttons. That is all for the button class. Next one is arrow. Did we make the arrows? No, we didn't. Okay, let's go back to our index and check. Now we can check that if the link works. It does indeed work. We don't have the hover effect yet, so it's kind of looking a bit, it doesn't really look like a link, but I am clicking it now and it is taking us to Netlify, which is awesome. Let's now create the second button. We're just gonna copy paste it down. And then now we have 2 buttons. We're gonna call this for GitHub. We are gonna say GitHub here instead of Netlify. And that's about that for that. Let's see. It does take us to GitHub, great. And then we are gonna add our buttons that are gonna be our arrows. So we're gonna add another button here. It's gonna have a class of arrow. It's gonna have an on click, and we are gonna call a function we haven't made yet called navigate project, and we're gonna give it a value of -1, because we're gonna have 2 buttons. One is gonna go back and the other one is gonna go forward because it's gonna have a +1. And that's how we're gonna define these functions later to use these values. In the first button, we're gonna have a plus icon by writing and hashtag, let's see, 10094 and semicolon. And then we are gonna have another back button, which is gonna be similar, but instead of 0 or 94, it's gonna be 95. And there's our buttons. Now we click them, the functions are not working because they don't exist yet. I see that I have made a mistake here. We're gonna actually take these buttons out of this div, and it's gonna be just outside. So it's not inside of this, but it's gonna be hovering here. Okay, so now let's go back to our style sheet, and then we are gonna continue giving these arrows a style property. border variable. It's going to be border. They are starting to show. They're going to have a width of 3 rem, height of 2 rem. They are going to have a margin of 0 and a padding of 0.2 rem top bottom and 0 on the left right. Then we want to target the button and the arrow in one line. We want to give them a background of RGB 245, 245, 245. And then we want to give them a color of hashtag 333. And we want to give them a transition of all 300 milliseconds ease. So that when we click them, they are going to have a nice transition effect. We are going to continue with our button active and arrow active. So this is when we click them or we hold down on them. They're going to change to the, let's see, BG background alt variable. And they are going to get a color of white. And they're going to have a cursor of pointer. And then we also want to target them when we are just hovering over them. We also want the cursor to be a pointer, like so. So the buttons work. They are not styled correctly. So it looks like they are not taking the full width. So we're going to see what we have forgotten to add here. Okay, so after a little bug searching, I saved you the time of me looking through it because this video is starting to get long. Then I found out that we actually forgot to put in our .project class, which is the parent container of these two buttons, we forgot to put display flex property, which is the reason why our buttons should and now are taking 50% of the available width. So let's close this inspect so we have more space to look at our project. So back in our index file, let's now add the other two projects. We're gonna copy by holding Shift Alt and pressing down twice. So now we have a total of 3 projects, and you see them, they're just stacking up here. So the second project we're gonna name P2. We're gonna give it a class of project 2. We're going to change the alt text to project 2, and we're going to change the picture, this one here, to 2. As we see, it's starting to change. Also this one, project 2. I'm just keeping the same links here because I'm not actually linking to any projects, but for you, you can put as many projects as you want here, and you can put the links that you want for your projects. Continuing down, we are writing P3. Let's actually just copy the 2 ones here and change them to 3. And we're going to write 3 here. So now this is the third one. That is all for the bottom left HTML. Now let's create the animations for them. Back in our animation JS, we're going to scroll to the top. We're going to uncomment bottom left. KU or Control KU, everything that is bottom left. Now we can also uncomment the projects because they exist. And we are going to scroll down. We're going to uncomment bottom left here in the handle window resize. Uncomment bottom left here in the top right. And then we are going to add our bottom left case. So we're going to copy our top right case, and we are going to paste it in here, and then we're going to just rename the case to bottom left again. And for the bottom left, it gets interesting because as we can see here, we actually have for the mobile screen two versions. So the first one is at below 1100 pixels, which you can see here, and then it's below 600 pixels. There we go. So you see that the screen, so we have three modes for the bottom left, three styling properties. And that's what we're going to create here. So we need an additional if statement here, or we're going to add an if, and then we're going to add an else if, and then we're going to add back our if like normal. So this is how you do it if you have more than two. If you have more than two conditions to check, we need something to check here. There we go. Something. We're going to change that. So the first is going to be if our window is less than 600. I'm going to copy this whole line because we're going to use it. And then in here, we are going to add if it's less or if it's less than 1100. And this one is going to be handling all the cases between 600 and 1100. And this one is handling the case above 1100 pixels. So let's get started by first targeting all the TR here. Control D. That's not going to work because we are translating. So TR active then. We are going to target them. And we're going to say bottom left active. Then we are going to target the TR content, all the TR content, and we're going to say BL content instead. So let's see, we have BL active. We are going to set this to 0, 0, that is correct. And also we're going to set the transform to 0. We are going to set the width to 100, height to 100, top to 0. Display to flex, center, center, all of this is looking good. We're going to have our Z index at 200, that's correct. We're going to have, let's see, TR is going to be 100, TL 100, BL is going to be the 300 because it's the active one. This we are keeping commented. Then we are going to add some additional styling here for the actual project elements. So project 1, the style of that and the margin is gonna be 70%. Then we're gonna copy that 3 times. We're gonna write 2 and 3. We're also going to copy down one more time, and we're going to change this to width. No, sorry. We're going to change this to margin, and we're going to say it has a margin of auto 0.5 rem. We're going to copy this line, paste it in here, and paste it in here. Change the naming. 2 and 3. So they're all getting the same properties. And then in our else if statement, we have our BL active. Actually, let's just copy this entire section and put it in here. So our BL active translates 0, 0. 0, 0, all of this is correct. The only thing we're going to change is the properties here. We're going to change it from 70% to 40%, because that is what is changing these sizes. So now it is bigger. Now it is 40% of the view width, and here it is 70% of the view width. Because the width on the desktop is larger, it also looks larger at some point. Then we are going to do the else statement. We are gonna change the -5 to a 10 view width. Let's move to our screen so we can see it. There we go. And we are gonna have a 7 view height. 7 view height without a dot. And we are gonna translate here as well. 10 and 7. We are gonna give the width a width of 15 rem. We are gonna also give it a height of 0. We are gonna give it a top of 40 view height. Display block, that's correct. We're also gonna give these projects, let's see, copy those down. We just need one of each. Delete the extra files here. So we're gonna give them a width of 100%. There we go. It's still not looking very good because it doesn't have all the styling and all the animation JS. Now let's scroll down and we are gonna uncomment in the play closing animation the BL button. We are gonna uncomment the BL case. We are gonna change the TLs here to BL. Then we are gonna go down. We're gonna uncomment in the top left unclick. Gonna uncomment all the BL. We see. And the same in the top right. And then we are gonna uncomment the whole bottom left unclick. Oops, seem to have uncommented the comments as well. They're gonna stay comments. There we go. We have everything with us. Yeah. So in the bottom left button on click, we want to set bottom left active corner. That's true. Bottom left, we want to say about experience contact. We want to comment out this one for now. Bottom left, projects, this is all correct. Bottom left, bottom left. Comment out the bottom right. There we go. So let's try. Let's see. Looks to be, well, almost. Seems to be an issue, but it's, let's see. Yeah, there's an issue with the sizing of the images within the project. That's probably because we don't have the JavaScript for the actual project slideshow. Let's add that and see if that fixes the issue. But it seems to be opening it correctly. We can't access the closing button now, but it seems to be working. So we are done with the animation.js file. We're gonna open now our project slideshow.js file. So for the project, we're gonna create another variable, calling it project. We're gonna create a DOM element here as well. We're gonna get element by class name, because here we are using a class, project. we are gonna create another variable, call it slide index, to keep track of which slide we're on. We are gonna create this function and call it show project. And we're gonna give it a number. Then we are going to create another function calling it navigate project. And this is also taking a number. And if you remember in our index.html file, that's the function we are calling here. And that is the number it takes, whether we should go backwards or forwards. So in the navigate project, we are gonna change the slide index based on back or forward button or arrow. And how do we do that? Well, we're just gonna call this project. We are gonna show project with a slide index plus equals number. So from the get-go, the slide index is 1. That's the first project is going to be shown. Then when we navigate, based on the number here, if it's +1 or -1, we're going to take this number, which is 1, and we're going to add on to it. So if it's -1, it's going to go to 0, which is going to decide that we're going to go backwards. And if it's +1, it's going to go to 2, which is going to decide that we're going to go forwards. How we're going to do that, I'm going to show you right now. Inside our show project function, to go to our first, after clicking forward to, from last button. So if the number is bigger than the project length, then we want the slide index to be equal to 1. So what does that mean? Well, this number is coming from this number, and that number is coming from these two numbers put together. So if it's 1 initially, and then you go forwards, then it's going to be 2. So if 2 is what we're asking here, is larger than project length, then we are going to set the slide index to 1 again. Why are we doing that? Well, 2 is not larger than project length because project length is 3. We have 3 projects in our portfolio. But if we're on the third project already, then this one is going to amount to 4. And at that point, this is going to become true. Then this is going to say 4. It's larger than the project length, which is 3. And then we're going to basically just go back to the first slide index. We're going to go from the third project to the first project. That's what's creating the slideshow effect. In a similar fashion, we are going to go to last project when clicking backwards from first project. So let's copy paste this one. Copy it down here. So if the number now is not bigger but smaller than 1, then it means that we are going 1 minus 1, which would be 0, which would be smaller than 1, then we still want to go somewhere. Now we want to go to however long the project length are. I'm not putting 3 here explicitly because you might add additional projects. So what we're going to just say is that for however many projects we have, it's going to be equal to the length, which is going to be the last project we have put in our index. Then we are going to add something called the for loop to hide all the projects, because we don't want all of them to be shown at the same time. What a for loop does is that it loops through a set of items. In this case, it's going to loop through every project. The way you create a for loop is you define a variable. We call it E in this case. we're going to set it to 0, E for index. Then we are going to create another part that says that as long as E is smaller than project.length, which is 3, then we want this to happen. We want to increment E. So we define E, and as long as now it's 0, so as long as 0 is equal or smaller than project length, we want to increment E, making it 1 times bigger. Before we do that, before that happens, something is going to run. This code is going to run. So that's why we're looping. So you kind of loop through as many times as it takes to get to this statement. And the thing that loops is within this code here. So in this case, we want to select project, and we want to say that in the project, in the position of E. So the position of E means that if the project is 3 lengths, then first one is number 1 position, second one is number 2 position, and third one is number 3 position. These are the projects. But the way we count the positions within an array, which these projects are, then we count them from 0. So the first project is not actually index 1, it's index 0. And in position 2 is index 1. And position 3 is index 2. So it's what's called the zero-based array indexing. It's one of the core functionalities of arrays within JavaScript. So here, the first time, it's going to be project E. E is set to 0, which is going to be the first project, because project 1 has an index of 0. So first project is going to have a style display, style display set to none. So we're looping through every project and setting their display to none. Then we are going to say project slide index -1, and then the style and the display equal to flex, which means that the current project we are on, because the slide index -1, we're adding this because, again, the length of the project when we're counting it starts from 1, but the index that we are using here to target each project starts from 0. So that's why we have to decrement it here. And we are basically setting that the active project has a display of flex and not none. And that is all we need for our slideshow to work. So let's check it out. We still have our bug with the big image. Let's see why that is happening. It seems to be exactly the width of it's 100% view width. That is probably the case. Let's see. Yeah, width 100%. Okay, let's go into our style folder and see and set our project to 70%. Let's see. That seems to be doing the job. Something is not working correctly. Did we spell something wrong? We usually do. Okay. Yeah, we haven't called the actual function ever. We have made the function, but we've actually never called it. So we need to call it using the slide index to actually set the first project. There we go, and there we go. So now it is working as intended. I see one error here, and that is that the bottom left button is not showing with the correct Z index. So let's see if we can fix that. Does it work on the desktop? It does. It is not coming from the correct location either. It is coming from the kind of the top here, whilst it should be coming from the bottom. as we can see here. So let's fix that. Yep. That should be in our animation position here. Okay, so I think I figured it out, because when we are, let's see, it's actually going to the top left position. So it's quite logical that it is this line here. When we are closing the animation, we are sending it to top left hidden and not BL hidden. Let's see if that fixes that part. We're still experiencing like resizing issues. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It's a complete mess. What is going on? Now let's see if we can fix the button that it gets hidden. That should be something to do with the Z index when we open. Ah, I see the problem with our images. I forgot to set the width and not just the margin twice. So that is what you get when you are rushing. Now we are getting our images properly displayed. Now to find the reason that our button is not being displayed properly. Here as well, we are going to write width, width, and width. There we go. Width. And width here as well. In the bottom we also had a mistake. Wow, apologies for that. So back up in our Z index, what is wrong? Maybe you're just seeing it and you're just like, oh, when is he gonna figure it out? 200 BL content style Z index 200 top left button style Z index. Yeah, forgot the capital in the Z index. And here as well, remind yourself not to rush. And now it is working perfectly. How is the sizing? It is working as intended. It was my #1 enemy, spelling mistakes. There we go, and it is working. Can we click? We can click on the links. You see we get this effect. When we click on the arrows, they also get this effect. Perfect. We are done with our bottom left corner. Everything works. There we go. About, experience, projects. We see that we are not hiding in the bottom left when we are on the top left. Let's fix that. Yeah, we have found here. Let's actually search for all instances where this is the case. Target the whole word, Control F, click this arrow, and we're just going to replace all with a capital E using this button. Now let's reload the page and see what happens. And now everything is working as intended. Perfect. Let's just check on desktop. Working, working, and working. We still have to do the animation for the bottom left, but let's create the bottom right section, and then we are completely done with this animation page. Back in our index HTML file, we're going to scroll down. Let's actually close grid BL. We are going to create a new grid here, hashtag, and we're going to call it grid underscore underscore BL, BR. We are going to create another div inside of here. We are going to call it grid BR button. And here it's going to say contact. And then another div, grid BR content. And then inside of the content, we're going to have an H5. We're going to give this text, get in touch. We're going to create a H2 under there. Contact me, we're going to say. Contact me. We're going to give this a class of contact text. And we are going to copy this class down to the H2. Under the H2, we are going to have another div. Inside of that div, we're going to have a button. We are going to select the button. Inside the button, we're going to have a class of btn and btn contact. Inside the button, we're going to just say email. And we are also going to have an on-click. And we are going to lead people to window, location, href, and then equals backtick. Here we're going to say mail to, and then you write your email here. gmail.com. There we go. We are gonna, what happens with this is that people are going to be opening their mail application when they click this, and it's going to be automatically opening a new mail to this email address. Let's copy this button down, keeping the classes, changing the word here to LinkedIn. We are gonna just change the text here to HTTPS, and we're gonna write linkedin.com, and we're gonna save. That is the last of the HTML we are going to write. So now let's get back to the style sheet, go to the bottom. We're going to create our last section as well, and it's a short section. Bottom right corner. We're going to target the grid BR BTN. We're going to say from the bottom minus 11.5 rem. We're going to copy that and say from the right, say minus. We're going to transform it. We are going to rotate it, of course, minus 45 degrees. We are going to give it a grid BR content. We are going to give this, let's copy code here. We're going to give it a bottom of 15 view height. We are going to give it a right of 5 view width. We are going to rotate, we are going to transform this. We are going to translate in the X direction 100 view width. And then we are going to translate in the Y direction 100 view height. Let's copy this out. There we go. So when we are showing this box, these buttons are going to pop up. Email doesn't work because I'm on my desktop and I don't have an email application, but it should work on the mobile. LinkedIn takes us to LinkedIn. Correct. Okay. Next, we are going to target grid, BR, content, and then the div inside of that. We're going to display flex. We are going to give them a margin of 0.5 rem auto. We are going to give a gap of 1.2 rem between the buttons. We're going to give them a width of 17 rem. There we go. Next class, we are going to target the contact text. We are going to give it a color of variable and of text. Last class of this tutorial, btn contact, border, variable, border, and then border radius to rem. Starting to get there. Yeah, starting to look good. Looks good on both. Let us uncomment this now and go into our animation.js file. Now we are gonna uncomment all the BR. Scroll down. We are gonna uncomment the BR here, the BR here, here, and we are gonna add the case for the bottom right. Let's copy the top right, because it's not gonna be as big a chunk as the bottom left. So case, bottom right. We only need the 1100 case here. 0, 0, that's correct. We're going to have width and height 100. All of this is correct. And we are simply changing TR to 100 and BR to 300. Here we are keeping these correctly. Yes. We are changing this one to 30. And then we are, of course, changing the names to not TR active, but BR active. Same with the TR content. I'm going to target all of those and say BR content. There we go. Next, we are going to scroll down here. We're going to uncomment the BR from the playClosingAnimation. We are going to uncomment it from the case. We are, of course, going to change these to BR, 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 and the last one here to BR hidden. Then we're going to scroll down here, uncomment the BR in the top left. And in the top right. And in the bottom left. And then uncomment the whole on-click for it. And we're going to comment back the comments that we want to stay. We are going to change this one. We are going to change, let's see. And then I think bottom right on-clicked is correct. Let's check. So we are still missing something. It is playing it out. This is not being correctly formatted. So if we scroll up to the bottom right case in our handle window resize, then we can Here we have a mistake. This is going to be from the bottom. Still not changed. We have forgotten to add here. We want to display it in flex, but we also want to set the flex direction to be column. And that's probably, yeah, that's gonna fix this. We also have a bit of spacing issue here. So looking at the finished project, I see there is some difference here. Let's see if we can correct that by putting the right to 0 and the bottom to 0 as well. And let's see how that looks here now. That looks to be solving the issue. Yeah, seems to have done the trick. We are being pushed way up here in the desktop. So let's see why that is happening. I think we have a top and not a bottom styling, most likely. Let's see in the animation, else statement here, bottom right, bottom. So small here we have incorrectly a top. Let's change that to bottom. Then the rest looks okay. And that was it. So there we go. There's a bug here with the contact button. Let's see, we have probably forgotten to put the rotate -45. Do we have the wrong degree up here? Let's see, bottom right button. It is not changing size either, if you are seeing that. Have we not correctly targeted that? I have written this wrong. Top left and BR is supposed to be here, and here it's supposed to be top right and BL. Let's see. Then that fixes this part. This one is working, this one is working, and this one is working. Okay, that was a lot of bug fixing, but with a project like this, it is inevitable that we are going to run into bugs. Any bug is figure outable. That, I think, is the last functionality, the core functionality we are adding. If you've made it this far in the video, then you should really pat yourself on the back, especially if you have not been working with JavaScript in the past, or not so much. It is cool when you get to put different tools together to create one project. We are still missing our animation for the... Oi! Was that just a fluke, or is there a bug that we are not picking up on? Seems to be, yeah, it's way too big, this image. So there's something wrong here with the sizing between 1100 and 600. It seems like the 600 seems to be correct, and then the 1100 seems to be something wrong. So let's check this one out. In the bottom left, Spelling mistake, the bane of my coding. There we go, width was misspelled. Dyslexic, not at all. There we go, now it's working as intended. Opening and closing, looking good. And we can switch between our modes. Working well, working well. I haven't actually checked out the animation for the bottom left. No, it's not working either. We haven't added the animations for bottom left and bottom right. So let's do that right now. Let's open our animation CSS. Let us copy the top right and just paste it down twice. So for the first copy, let's see there, we're gonna say bottom left. And we're gonna target all the top rights here, top right, just these 5. And we're gonna say bottom left. And we are gonna change these ones from TR. We're gonna target all those. We're gonna change to BL. Now this one should be running. Let's see. It's not running, but we're gonna fix that. Let's define the bottom right as well. So here, instead of top right, we want it to be bottom right. So instead of top, we want it to say bottom. And instead of top right, we want it to say, oh, we went too far. Instead of top right, we want it to say bottom right, BR. Top right. Here we forgot to change this. Bottom left. Let's try it again. Still not running. This one neither. These are running. Oops, we have done something wrong. We have forgotten to add bottom left and bottom right here. So let's copy them twice. Add a comma. So reverse animate top right, animate bottom left, animate bottom left, animate bottom right, and bottom right. So bottom left is working now. And for some reason these two are switched. So let's see. Probably just calling them wrongly. Bottom right. Oh. Top left. Well, that's why. Bottom right. Bottom left. Why are we... Okay, I think we've mixed up something here. After top left, top left, reverse top left, TL, 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 bottom right, bottom right, bottom right, bottom right. Here we see BR, reverse bottom right, BR, bottom left, bottom left, bottom left, bottom left, and then bottom right we have twice, it seems. So let's check it out now. I'm going to minimize these keyframes so I can see which ones we have made correctly. Let's see. So we're bottom left, bottom right, top left. We are missing top right. Let's copy that. Change this. Top right. Let's open these and change them to top right. Now, let's go to the desktop. This one is working. Bottom right is working. Bottom left is working. And top left is working. Awesome. Opening and closing each individually and going from one to the other smoothly. Okay. We are getting close to done. As you can see, I'm going to show you one thing. If you have noticed, when I reload the page, let me put it in full screen. The first time that I run an animation, it kind of jitters between the images. There's a bit of a blank space. It's lagging a bit. And this is due to how the browser, in some browsers, load or preload the images that we are giving to the animation. So right here, it's actually not loading the images on when it's loading the file. It's first loading the images when they're being called in the animation. But then when you run them the second time, not always, but you see here, when you run them the second time, it's running smoothly. So I'm going to show you how to circumnavigate this, because we are going to load our images, we're going to preload our images before we run them. So we can close this animation, we can close actually all of these files, and we're going to open our color mode CSS file. And then we're going to scroll to the top and we are going to write here body after, and we are going to give it position of absolute. This is basically, we are preloading all the images onto the browser window, but now we're also just going to hide them. So we're going to force the browser to load them by putting them in the window without us actually seeing them, and also without the individual images moving any of the other elements. So that's the point of this phrase here. So width is going to have 0, height is going to have 0, overflow is going to have hidden, z index is going to have -1. So all of these are in order for us to hide, and if one of them fails, the other one are gonna hide our images correctly. Here we're gonna dot and slash. We're gonna go into the assets folder. We are gonna go into the face animation light folder. We're gonna choose the number 1. Then we are gonna copy it down, until we have 5 of them. So we're going to change this one to 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm going to save. Now we have preloaded 1 to 5 these images. Now we're going to copy these down. Again, without the URL here, without this one, and without this one. Now we're going to change the BLs, Control D, to TR. And then we're going to copy again twice. The next ones we're going to change is going to be BL, and then the final ones are going to be BR. Now we have preloaded all the images, so if I load in the window now, you see that it doesn't lag anymore. So let me reload the page. It doesn't lag, lags a bit there, doesn't lag, doesn't lag. The lagging there was probably just because it is live server and it is not deployed yet. But once deployed, it should not be lagging. Now we are going to copy paste all of these once more, because we are simply going to change these, let's say PNG here. We're going to copy these ones. We're going to go to the left, and we're going to write W, and then we're going to be able to load our black and white images as well. We also have to change the light here to dark. Save that, control click. Yeah, successfully targeted those. So when we go to dark mode, it shouldn't lag either. Is it lagging? No. So we have avoided the lag here as well. That is all for the code. We are done. Now I'm going to show you how to create an animated head for yourself, starting with Procreate and then on Figma. Boom! The face behind the camera. I thought it would be best to show you how to record a video of yourself in order to then use the video to create these different images that we're going to use for our animation. So I'm currently recording with my phone. It doesn't really matter what kind of, how light it is, how grainy it is. It doesn't matter. I think my camera lens is dirty even now. So the only thing that matters is that you can kind of keep your phone steady. I've propped mine up now on with books. Put your phone steady and kind of head on towards your face. You want to be using the exact height dimensions that we are and width dimensions that we've used so far with the images of my face. Then try to kind of position yourself in the same height. I have used the same format as this, so 1920 times 1080. So that's going to be a normal horizontal standard video. Also doesn't matter what kind of resolution it is, the lower the better kind of. As for filming yourself, the point we want to do here is we kind of want to go through the motion of the animation we want to create. So you can create whatever animation you want, and you can create more frames if you want and have it be more smoother. But I'm aiming at 5 frames. It kind of gives the look we want, and it reduces the amount of work we have to do later. The way I created mine was that I put my face kind of in the middle, and then I'm going to be speaking, which obviously I wasn't in the frames that I made, but you'll get the point. So I start from the middle, and then I go and I look towards one direction, and I try to go back to the exact same spot as much as I can, and then I go back to another corner, and I try to go back to the exact same position, and then I do that for every side. And I try to go slow. There's no point in rushing it, because we're going to be cutting this as we want later. So now I have 4 sides, and I'm going to show you how I edit this video in order to create frames out of it. Back to the computer on my desktop, I have put the video that I recorded with my phone. You could have also recorded this with your computer, in all honesty. And here I have the video that I just showed you. And now we're going to look at the frames. So I'm just gonna go to the place where I'm starting to do the frames, so here. So let's say I want to begin here. So I'm creating 5 frames, that's the goal here. So I want to, basically the easiest way to do this is just to take a screenshot of the video because then you're gonna have it in the same format every time. Let us full screen this first so we get a better angle. And here in the bottom left, we have actually save a frame. So you can just click on that when you find a frame that is good. So let's say that, so I'm starting here, go back a bit. So here, let's say that's my first frame. And then I save that. I'm gonna save that. I already did that previously. I'm gonna save them in the desktop. Like I already call it TL1. So I save that. You should have a system for them so you know kind of which picture is which. Let's close that again. And then I just let it go a bit up. Maybe that was a bit too far. Let's go back. So there's a timing element to this. It's really just about, you can slide your way over and you just pause when you have your next frame, save a frame, and we call it top left 2. That was a bit too far. There we go. We call that TL3. We just go a bit back. We play it again. Call that TL4. And then TL5. So there's a bit of trial and error in this, but ultimately you're gonna have 5 frames and you want them to kind of be spaced out in a way that when you go through the frames, they look natural. So I'm going to show you how to check that. So we're going to assume that I did good frames here. So I'm going to just close this and we're going to open here. So here we see the 5 frames that I made. So not the best ones, but you can just do this until you find frames that you like, or maybe you want to reshoot the video and use less or more movement. I used a lot of movement here, and that's why it's also so much spacing between the frames. But ultimately, it looks even good like this. It still gives the movement we want. So I hope that made sense. If you are a Mac user, then I imagine there's an equivalent version of this. You just need to play a video and be able to take screenshots of the video or take frames from the video. Now that we have our frames, I'm going to show you how to actually create images from them, how to create illustrations from these frames. So the first one, as I have mentioned, is Procreate. That is an app for Apple only, so for iPhones and for iPad. And I'm going to be showing you how to use Procreate with a pen. An alternative to Procreate for Android devices and tablets is Sketchbook. And I've actually used Sketchbook a lot, way more than I've used Procreate. And they're very, very similar. So I know that there is an equivalent feature that we are going to use in Sketchbook. So if you have any tablet with a pen, or if you feel comfortable drawing with your finger, that also works. This method is going to work very well for you. So here we are in the Procreate app. We are going to create a new canvas. We are going to use, let's see, we're going to click this custom. We're going to say 1920 and then 1080. And then we're going to create that. And then we are going to add, by clicking the wrench in the top left, we're going to insert a photo. And we're going to click this Fit to Canvas button in the bottom here. We're going to click out of this with the arrow. And then we're going to add another file. We're going to insert another photo. Let's see, I'm going to insert the number 5 so we can see the difference properly. I'm also going to fit to canvas, and I'm going to click on the arrow in the top left. So now we have 2 layers, the starting layer, TL1 and TL5. So now I'm going to create 2 new layers, and one is going to be for TL1 and the other one for TL5. So let me hide these. I'm going to click the N on layer 1, and I'm going to decrease the opacity like that. And I'm going to go on layer 3. I'm going to choose a pen, whichever one I like. This looks about right to what I was using. Oh, it's a bit thick. And then we're just going to go in and start drawing. And I really just draw rough strokes. Having a good screen size, like a large screen size, is definitely going to give it more of a quality look. Otherwise, if it gets too pixelated, it looks a bit worse. I don't know the artistic term for that, but I've figured that out by trial and error, that larger screen sizes tends to give that a bit more sleek look. And we can, of course, give us more here than we have, because that's our luxury as the artist here. And then following my beard line, like so, giving us a fuller beard and mustache that we have, of course. Why would you do otherwise? Like that. And then we are gonna go on the ears. We're gonna give ourselves some shape there. The other ear, give ourselves some shape there. We're gonna go to the nose, highlight that. We're gonna do the eyebrows and the eyes. I'm gonna catch that where we're looking, which is very important here. I'm gonna do the eyebrows as well. That's at least how I draw. You can completely change the style, you know, you can make yourself a manga character if you want. But here I'm really just like following the lines and being a bit lazy about it, pretty much. So there we go. Give myself this little wrinkle here, and maybe this one. But as you can see, it's not too detailed of a drawing. I'm just following the lines and not super well either. But then when I hide it, you see it kind of looks good. So it looks similar to what I already have. Maybe I give the nose a bit of a shape, so we see it like so. There we go. So here we have the first frame. Obviously, it's a new video, it's a new lighting, new everything, so it looks different than the one I already made. But that's the essence of how you create these frames. Just following lines from a picture, you get a cool image here. So TL5 and TL1. And that is how you create these images. So now I'm going to show you how to export them and get them over to your project. So once you are done with all your layers, you're going to hide the ones that you don't want to use. Go to this wrench. No, we're going to click this share. And we are going to share layers as PNG files. And that's going to export, and you can of course export it to where you want. So in order to create the white versions of our images, we don't need to draw them again. We're simply going to go back to our gallery in the top left. We are going to select the whole project that we just created, and we're going to duplicate, so that when we have created all 20 images in the black mode, we can just duplicate them. And then we can go here, and we will be going up in the wrench here again, actually in the adjustments right next to it. we will click the first option, hue, saturation, and brightness, and we will just turn the brightness way up. And now you see the image disappeared. It is because we have actually made it black, as you can see here. The first image is in the way, or the second image. So here I've created layer 3 into a black image. Let's do the same with layer 4. Hue, saturation. We're going to unhide. I'm going to click hue, saturation, turn that to white, and you see how it turns white. And that's how easy that is. So once you have done that with all your black layers, you can go ahead and go up to the wrench again and then export or share layers as PNG files, and sharing to email has worked great for me. Back on my computer, I have downloaded the images that I already sent to myself. As you can see, I have 4. It's because I actually forgot to tell you to hide the layer that is the background. So I actually got the white background on the first try, and then I just went back to Procreate and I hid the layer, the background layer, and then I just uploaded in the same way and sent to my email. So here we have the actual PNGs that have an invisible background, and here we have a white background. So we want to use the invisible one, obviously. So I'm going to drag these invisible PNGs. I'm actually just going to take TL1. This is actually the white one, so it should be TL white, TLW1, and that is going in the face animation dark. And we're going to switch this one with this one. So I just want to show you that how that creates the impact on our web page. Here we go. So here we have TL1, which is black, and then here we've changed it to TLW1, which is white. And you see it's gonna like not look as good because we are obviously not drawing from the same reference. But that's how you get your own image using Procreate. I don't even look like myself here, or maybe I do. Maybe I should be worried. Maybe this is more like me. But different angle, different look, so you can experiment with how you want to portray yourself as well. Artistic freedom and all of that. Now I'm going to show you how to do the same thing using Figma. So we're going to go to figma.com. You are going to sign in or create a new account if you don't already have one. We're going to create a new design file. Then we are going to create a new frame here. We are going to give it the width of 1080, or actually 1920, and a height of 1080. There we go. Zoom out. So that's the same size frame as we were working on Procreate. Then I'm going to drag the same frames that I have. I'm going to start with 1, and I'm just going to overlap it like so. So here you would just be dragging all of them, overlapping them, and then eventually you have, so you can follow the lines and then they'll be in the same spot. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to do the number 1. And here I am not using any pen. I'm just using my trackpad actually. So in the top left here, we are going to choose this, and we're going to choose the pencil. And then we are just going to go and zoom in. Let's see actually how, okay, it's white. Let's change that to black. Yeah, okay. So having the pencil, changing the color to black or to white, depending on which one you want to use. You can also change the thickness here. I think, yeah, 4, maybe even 5 would be good. Yeah, there we go. And it's basically doing the same thing, just following, but using your mouse this time, or your trackpad, just following the contour of your head. Although I must admit it is a bit more tricky to get the same finishing touch, because it is more harder to do this with your mouse. But if you just go nice and slow and do a detail work, you will eventually end up with the same result. Another tool you could use in Figma is, instead of using the pencil, you can use the pen. And here you can rather just like define points. So you can go like this, and that's a bit more of a, what do you call it? Like a bit more detailed work. So here you can actually say, okay, I want this one to be 4, 5, there we go. So you can make it have more of a circular path by choosing how you want to target this. And you can really go into detailed work here, creating very modern vector graphics. So I'm clicking once and then I'm dragging in order to create the curve I want. And then I'm just continuing from there, like so. And by adjusting these arrows, you can adjust them then. Now, if I go here, it's going to go very sharp. You can adjust them to wherever you want. So like so. Usually you want to follow the movement where you are going. I'm going to switch back to the pencil because I'm really just showing you here how to do it. So it's the same kind of concept, not being too worried about the details, or it depends on the style you want to go for, like so. And then let's hide everything. It's actually in these are all the individual frames you have made. You can just target all of them, see, and right click, and then you can group selection. So it's going to just fold everything into one group, a bit easier to handle. And then by hovering over here, you can display the different elements. I'm rushing now and I spent more time completing the images that are in the asset folder, but you get the gist of it. You can adjust your illustration. You can do it as many times as you need to get the feel and the look that you want. I haven't really drawn the eyes good here, so I'd probably go back, erase this, draw them again, so it looks like I'm actually looking in the right direction with both eyes. That's what gives this image a bit of a goofy look now. When you are ready to export your image, so now you could just create several groups here. You can create another group, another with the pen or pencil tool, and you just hide this one and you start on a new one. Maybe you show the second one and you do the frames by frames like that. Once you're satisfied with your drawing, we're going to go to the right here and we're going to click on this export button. Then we are going to we're going to untick this background. We are going to untick these, let's see, we're going to click on the frame. We are going to set the frame to be, let's see, we're going to set the frame to be invisible, because then we truly just have the lines. Then we are going to click this group and we are going to export. And we are going to export group 1 to PNG. I'm going to click that. And then I'm going to open that, and we see that it has exported without the background. Otherwise, there will be a white background here now. And that's how you create your own animated head using Figma and Procreate. Last step to finish our portfolio, now that you have your own head here, we are going to deploy this using Netlify. Back in our VS Code, we want to save, so that we save all of the changes we have made. And then we want to open our GitHub Desktop. Yes, I'm just going to update this picture. And then we're going to push. So I'm going to commit to main down here. You're going to have to give a comment. If you haven't gone into GitHub Desktop throughout the video, this is going to be your first kind of push up to GitHub to sync your local files with your GitHub files, which is what we're doing here. And then you're gonna be able to push it, and you're gonna be able to then use that GitHub files on our Netlify account. Then you're gonna go to Netlify, you're gonna sign up, using GitHub. And then once you've done that, you're gonna log in using your GitHub account. It's gonna look a bit like this. You're gonna click on this button, Add New Site. You're gonna import an existing project. You're gonna click the GitHub button. It's gonna connect to GitHub. You maybe have to give it authorization. And then you are going to search for whatever you called your repository. So I called it Animated Head Portfolio. And there we go, there it is. I'm gonna click that. I'm gonna leave all of these settings on standard, and then I'm gonna click on Deploy Site. Now this deployment is gonna take a few seconds, if not a minute. It's usually quite fast. So we'll see it. There we go, it turned green, it is published. Now you get a link here that you can click. And lo and behold, there is our portfolio that we just created with a URL that you can send to anyone you want. We have our dark mode, light mode. Everything is working as intended. I hope you enjoyed this video. Like and subscribe if you want to see more tutorials like this. Let me know in the comments if there was a part that was difficult, if you need more explaining, if you found some bugs that I didn't pick up on. And yeah, let me know also what kind of videos you would like to see in the future. So until the next time, have a good one.